Testing. Jesus Christ. Fucking YouTube. How can I go away? Okay, so now you're saying it's excellent. Now you're not excellent. I just lowered you. Fuck. Can I not? God damn it, YouTube. Well, I hope it won't. What happens if I don't do that, though? It's just a suggestion. It's higher than Your bitrate is higher than recommended. We recommend you lowering it. Oh, damn. Yeah. Let's switch to English. Let's do this one. 1080p 60. Which is, I think that's what I'm pushing out. Or even if it's 720. Or yeah, 720. It recommends recommended bitrate setting MPF4 H.264, which is what I'm using. It recommends 10 megabits for 12 megabits, so that would be 12,000 kilobits per second, I think, thereabouts. And 6 for 720, and I got told by the coding software it has to be under 6 MPF. Or 6,000. You Streamlabs, it knows the encode and stuff like that. I got it. So apparently YouTube don't even know its own recommendation, because in the dashboard... That's not the dashboard. Where is the dashboard T? Where is the... Did I close it? God damn it, I think I closed it. Yeah, I closed the dashboard for some reason. And in here it says it has to be under 2,500. Huh. God damn it. Gotta love YouTube. Live chat messages. There you go. Also, do chat work? It looks like it. Yeah, I have no idea what they are on about. Oh, Mac OS is great. I use it all the time. I just need Windows for work. And I was tired of... well, I bought a new development laptop that I use, but I missed some games, and it just makes work easier. Like that. I still prefer Mac OS. I still use it. I use my Mac Mini. Well, my Mac Mini I don't use that much anymore, but my MacBook Air I use that every day because it's my couch potato or my bed, Netflix, HBO, YouTube, light research machine. It's for the battery life. And streaming software, or not streaming software, my recording software. So OBS was acting up with my webcam in Mac OS. So I didn't get the right frame rates. No problem in Windows, or it would lower the resolution randomly. Don't have that problem in Windows. Yeah, I just don't like. I hate Windows. Like I don't like Windows, but you know, best tool for the job, so to speak. So it's I use Mac OS when I like to play around with it. I honestly don't need my Mac Mini anymore because I have my MacBook Air and that does everything I need. So I'm debating on selling it or keeping it just to have a more beefy computer if I decide to fuck around with really fuck around with new software on it. But I had to not had to, but I upgraded my rig to 64 gig because that was another thing that I missed a lot, was that the virtualization on Mac OS is just like, unless you want to emulate ARM, it's just a mess. And I used to, I don't know if you know that, but I used to do a lot of videos where I would be showcasing stuff in different Linux distributions and Windows, and I did all of that in virtual machines to hide privacy, of course, and it just, you know, have a non-tainted version to show people what you're doing is, in my opinion, the best way of doing it. So let's say I want to show something, how to set something up in Ubuntu, or want to show something about Ubuntu. I don't want it to be tainted with all of my setup and preferences and hacks and tweaks and all of that, because then it's not really apples to apples, or it can get a little bit like I may have done something that I forgot about to make something easier to do or something like that. And then I'm showcasing you or someone else how to do it, and I forgot that I did this little like config hack or something like that. I couldn't do that really under... hey, Wasty, I couldn't really... Watery, is that... I can't read today. My dyslexia is really acting up. Yeah, I've been super busy, man. So yeah, I miss doing the live streaming, or not the live streaming, the virtual machining stuff. And if I want to do that under Mac OS, I have to pay like thousands of dollars. Which, I as much as I love Mac OS and Mac, I don't believe in their upgrading prices. They are ripping you off. They are really ripping you off. So it's basically out of necessity. But again, I use my MacBook Air all the time, every day, actually. I still boot into my Mac Mini once in a while. I actually need to do that this week. There's a Mac OS update I need to fiddle around with. And I do like the Mac OS just do a lot of things better than Windows. But Windows also do a lot of things better than Mac OS. And the reality of the world is we are living in an x86 world and not an ARM world. Which, again, gave me a lot of problems on the Mac OS that, like I said, some of the software that I was using was just not up to snuff. But yeah, this is the first live stream I've done this year, man. The first live stream. Also, let me know if you want any volume changes, because I have no idea. I did a manual reinstall of my Windows machine here this year, so, you know. Yeah, the Mac OS, like Apple does, here's the thing, Mac does a lot of things better than its competition, but it's still a company. This is the biggest problem I have with a little bit. I mentioned it a little bit in my video about Some Ordinary Gamer. Is that this like blind allegiance or blind fellowship of the ring, so to speak, to a project, a organization or company will never serve you. They will never be your friend. And they may do, just like Valve do a lot of great things for the consumer, and that's great. Enjoy it, you know, like, enjoy when Valve is good. But if Valve gets a competitor, which they had in the beginning, they will do all the fucking dirty businesses they can do to keep staying alive. And they have done. There's a reason why, you know, Valve is having one monopoly lawsuit after the other. There's a reason why Valve is being looked at as one of the worst platforms for developers. Like, they may be pro-consumer, but they are anti-developer, so to speak, you know. It's not typical Americans. It's typical anti-consumerism, anti-competitiveness. There's talk about other countries doing the same. So if someone comes out with a vast superior product, you can either outdo them, which takes time and money, you can work with them, which is a little bit of a slap in the ego, or you can find a reason to ban it. And again, a lot of people, when it comes to technology, they look at it from a weird viewpoint, especially Linux users. For Linux users, everything is politics. It's not. Far from it. Like, how projects act, how distributions act, I would say like maybe 10% of that is influenced by politics. It's just typical behavior for projects, organizations, businesses, call it what you will. But because people are so highly political, what is the right word? Maybe not motivated, but blinded. Like, they see everything with a political eye nowadays, because that's what the media have taught them to do. They can't see it from other perspectives. Everything is about politics nowadays. Because, hey George, because the media pushes it, websites pushes it, the YouTuber pushes it, because it's a good way of getting you emotional, and when you're emotional, you watch, you click, you donate, because you like or don't like what the other one, you don't, of course don't donate if you don't like what the person is saying, but then you find someone else that is saying what you like, and then you follow them. Politics is the easiest way to get rich, it's the easiest way to get a lot of clicks and views, because you are driving emotions, and when people get emotional, all logical thinking runs out of the fucking mindset. A good tip here is, like, you can never win a fight with someone that is yelling and screaming at you, because they are running on pure emotions. They don't give a fuck about how factual you are, because that part of their brain just shut down right away. The only thing they care about is getting their emotions out. So if someone is yelling and screaming at you, all you can do is just sit there and take it. And then when they calm down, go over to them with a cold water and say, okay, bitch, let me lay it out factually. Look at these facts here. And then they may, if they long time has passed, they may be like, okay, I get it, But you triggered an emotional response, and emotions is not logical. Because it's about what I feel, what I think, and that's personal. That's your own personal beliefs. And what you think and you feel is not facts. It may be true to you and be real to you, but it may not be real to any other person on Earth than you. You can feel that you have the biggest fucking dick on Earth, or the biggest boobs on Earth. You don't. Like, I don't think, unless you're in the fucking Guinness World Records, you will have that, of course. But you get what I'm coming at here. But you may feel it, truly believe it, or truly believe that you are the smartest person on Earth. And that is what politics is really good at doing to people. You lock them into a belief structure that they have to follow. Because if you don't follow my political views to 100% accuracy, you're not one of me, man. You're not my kind. So I'm kicking you out. You're one of them now. You're one of the bad dudes or bad people. And you don't want to do that. So you're buying everything I say to be part of this tribe. And this is what politics does. So I kind of hate when people say, oh, it's typical Americans, it's typical this party, it's typical that party. What that tells me is that people that say that, they look at the world or look at that subject with a really, really narrow mindset. Because 90% of what people are doing, or 80% of what people do, it depends on the person. But most what a person is doing has far anything to do with politics, as you can imagine. Emotions come first, and some logic is a little bit higher, but most is just emotions, self-interest. So a good fact here again, that's shit on Linux users. That's why you're here, let's be honest. Most Linux users like Linux because they get free shit. Most Linux users like Linux because they think they are anarchists. They think they are sticking it to the man. They are saying, fuck you this and fuck you that and stuff like that. And they also use Linux because they think that they are of superior intellect because they can run something the average person don't run. The average person can run Linux. It's not hard to run Linux anymore. All of those things is self-serving interests. All of them are self-serving interests. But then to not sound like a narcissistic, eccentric idiot, they then buy into the FOSS philosophies, they buy into... Or they make other excuses that look like they're trying to do something better for the world, or they're trying to not sound like an egotistical idiot, basically. You get what I'm coming at here? Oh, I love Mac Minis are great. Like, if you just want a basic computer to do basic consumption, basic office work, basic, let's say a little bit of code, you just like an average user, you don't get a better deal than a Mac Mini right now. When you think about the size, when you think about the noise, the power consumption, like, oh my god, the power consumption. Like I had to, like I said, I just put, I actually upgraded my PC quite a lot, my gaming rig, because I used to have a Corsair, what was it, like a Hates, what do they call the AOEs? Hates 100i or something like that. One of these, I think I had. And it was noisy as fuck. Like, I'm not joking here. It was noisy as fuck. So I got Artec, whatever the fuck they're called, that offset the pump a little bit. And now my gaming rig, when I'm doing normal tasks, is a little bit louder. I can hear the fans a little bit more than my Mac Mini. But if I start to game, or if I start to render and stuff like that, they are loud. But they're not as loud as this. If you have an AMD machine, don't use Corsair's pumps. They are bad. And this one was expensive. Like, this is like $150, $180 cooler in Denmark. And I bought hey Cody, I bought a water cooler for half the price. For half the price of this one here, with LEDs. And it lowered my temperature on the same CPU almost 20 degrees. And I looked it up, and it's not, and again, this is on an AMD platform, and it's depending on how much it lower it. Hey Bob, depending on how much it lowers the temperature is different from AMD CPU to AMD CPU, but apparently Corsair is just bad for AMD CPUs. They're just bad. That's the and I was stupid and I didn't do the proper research before I bought an AOE. I think YouTube didn't push it because it will probably come up in people's feed in like an hour or something like that. Because if you do, I noticed like if on YouTube, if you start a live stream and you start it super fast, it takes it's just like when you upload a video. Everyone don't get notified at the same speed for some fucking weird reason. YouTube, it's the Zen browser. The Zen browser. I just needed a browser where I didn't have any user data and personal data on, because I have to set up a virtual machine. So I just downloaded the Zen browser just so I have like a clean slate I can showcase on this because normally I would do this from like a VM, but I haven't set up any virtual machines yet. I haven't got around to it. But it's just stock. I just downloaded the Zen browser just like I was debating on doing Firefox, but hey, why not? Oh, and Lame, if that dude or Dudette or whoever the fuck it is in my Discord gets too irritating, just ban them. They have no clue what they're talking about, by the way. And they have not been on Discord for that long either. But what is Well, yeah, because I just haven't had time to set up a VM, man. Arctic. This is the one I have. Just where is it? It's this one here in white. Here it is. This is the one I got. And on my machine with my CPU, it lowered the average temperature by about 15 degrees. And this one here is like half the price. Yeah, it's about half the price in Denmark, of course, than the other one I had. I don't like the sound of it. I think it sound too tinnish, too what the fuck is the word? You may be right, but I just feel like it. I'm spitting all over the place here. I just feel like it's sounding like it's too low quality, maybe. Because what I have now is it's a super cheap Chinese one. My other one was a cheap Chinese one. Also. Well, the other one I had was a Behringer mixer. Can I spell that? This is definitely not how you spell it. There you go. I had one of the soup. Yeah, this one here. This is the exact mix I had before. I do like Cooler Master. They make decent products. Their AIO or their water coolers, stay away from them. But other than that, they make good stuff. Yeah, it's the low quality thing, and I think why it sounds low quality is because it's more focused on my voice. You don't get that much bass in it, if that makes sense. Because that's what you associate with like lower quality is less bass. That's what we've been conditioned to think. From the radio stations, is that you need that really deep pirate software voice. then it sounds better. Also, it will sound better if I'm closer to the microphone. I'm all over the place here. I don't think it's actually low quality. I just think that because it's more focused on the high tones and stuff like that, it just sounds like it's lower quality because the sound signal is not lower quality. It's just not as bassy. Because with this one here, I actually did boost the bass and stuff like that. Like I EQ'd it a little bit. So I had a friend listening to me over low sounds is also true. Yeah, true. But I had a friend listen to me with some really good headphones, as neutral as possible, and then I tuned this mixer so I sounded like they heard my voice. So my voice would be as close to the reality of it, because when I listen to my voice in from this mixer I have right now, it sounds more. I don't have like a super deep voice, but it still sounds more mid to high end focused, if that makes sense. But that's not a bad thing, don't get me wrong. It's just, again, I don't think it's low quality. I just call it low quality because I can boost up the bass and mid frequency in post-production. Because there's no... This is more... I have less... The Behringer, I needed a voice filter on my chain. I don't need that on this one here. Because when I stop talking right now, I don't need a limit or anything like that. And it's giving me the same power to my cloud lift and everything like that. The voice meter is good, yeah. And also the... what is it? Did it move? No. Or is it my owner? Like, it's like an audiophile Chinese mixer. Like, it's audiophiles from China that mix them. Yeah, it's this one up here. And it costs the same as my Behringer mixer. But it's this one up here. But the signal is super clean. Like, I have less signal noise on this one here than I have on my Behringer. Actually, I think this one is more expensive than the Behringer now I'm thinking about it. The Behringer I didn't pay much for. Oh, Bryan Lunduke. How many hours do you want to listen to me talk about that dude? Do you want, like, the detailed version, or do you want, like, a condensed, like, 2 lines or 2 sentences? Because I've known about Lunduke for 20 plus years almost. But yeah, for the price, this one here is like, and also the space it takes up, it's actually a good one. All I need to do is, it actually gives me, I think, a better quality. Yeah, Behringer is good, but apparently this here should be better. This one should be better. But it will give you, because this Behringer here is more, the amp and the mixer in it is tuned more to like the American kind of, you know, the pirate software kind of voice. That's what this is built for. It's built to give you that radio, like it's meant to give that, you know, warm, old school radio voice. That's what this mixer here is built for. This one here that I'm using now is built more to be like a monitor mixer or a clean mixer. It don't alter your signal too much. Where the Behringer actually do, you know, alter the sound. It will give you like a more American voice. Where this one here should theoretically just be like, if you know, like there's a difference between having studio monitors and having normal like studio headphones and normal headphones. My HyperX has an emphasis on bass and stuff like that. Monitor headphones try to give you as clear as a representation of the real signal as possible. And that is what the manual, or what it's called, is trying to do, where the Behringer is trying to coloring the signal to be more radio voice-like. Thanks, Lamer. And also, that was super low. Extremely low. I hope I make sense. Like this mixer here is meant to alter your voice. It's meant to alter your signal to sound more radio-like. This one here is meant to be more of a clean mixer. I don't know, talk how much you want. Okay, so I will give you the short version first, and then I will give you the bigger one. And if you ask me tomorrow, it will change a little bit. And if you ask me in a year, I will maybe phrase it in another way. But the gist of it is that I never liked Bryan Lunduke. I don't know him as a person, so I can't say I don't like him as a person, but I don't like the content he makes, because back in the day, he used to be a super well-rounded, somewhat hardcore Linux nerd. But he was not offensive, he was not berating Microsoft too much, or Mac, or he was like a somewhat level-headed Linux advocate that had one of the first ever Linux podcasts, and also on YouTube, like the Jupiter podcast, or what the fuck, the Linux Action Show, I think they called it, which was, funny enough, all produced on not Microsoft, Apple hardware and Apple software back in the day. Nowadays, because he couldn't make it in the Linux sphere, he has now become more of a political commentator, where he's trying to push politics, like we talked about in the beginning of my stream. He's trying to push politics into every place and everywhere where it don't make sense. That's like the short version of it. That's why, like, back in the day, I could tolerate him. Nowadays, I'm like, he's just trying to be like, he's trying to be anti this. I think he's what you would call a Republican-leaning figure if you're in the States. And now he's just trying to be as anti-left as possible. Because, again, it drives emotions, it drives clicks, and people that like that viewpoint will support him more than Linux users will, and stuff like that. The long of it is that he was one of the first to start a proper Linux podcast. Both on YouTube and in proper podcasting form, like audio-only form. That's what a podcast means. Is technically, Joe Rogan is only a podcaster when you listen to him without the video. He's not a libertarian. That means you lean more over to the right, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, to the left in the States. He's more like a typical political tech Republican or conservative, I would say. He's probably more conservative. I have to think about how the American, thing is. Hey, Don. You're right, Don. You're right. Yeah, his Linux Sucks videos was great, and that's like I said, back in the day, he did some good fucking work. Like he did the podcast, and yeah, they were everyone is biased. Come on, nobody's unbiased, but they had a good conversation. They did a good job at looking at what was going on and stuff like that. And then he did like the yearly Linux Sucks videos, which was amazing. He did kind of a little bit what I'm doing right now. He spent like an hour talking negative about Linux. He highlighted all the problems Linux has, because even back then, and we are talking 2004, 2008, early 2010s. If you think it's hard and difficult to be negative about Linux now, back then you will get fucking castrated, boy. They will bend you over and fist you without any lube or whatsoever. We could disagree, and they will not like send a SWAT team to you, but you will get kicked out from rooms for like in Windows even back then. So he did like the ones, I think it was every year he did like the Linux Sucks videos, where he was like, these are the problems Linux have, and then he spent an hour talking about them, and then he will spend 10 minutes, 30 minutes saying, this is why Linux also is great. But we need to look into how Linux can become better. And he noticed something that I also noticed, is that it became harder and harder and harder to be critical about Linux. So he kind of stopped doing that. and went more over to like a typical DistroTube kinda Linux content creator, which I don't like. Like, he just went full blown in and stopped being nuanced and stopped being somewhat critical and just licked everything that was FOSS and Linux. Yeah, the new one sucks because he was trying to not upset the Linux community too much. And then he started like I think like, I don't know, the last 5-ish years, he just started to become more and more politic driven. And I don't like that. I don't like my tech and my politics to be mixed together. It makes no sense. You know? It just, makes no sense. You could be right, Don. I honestly, I'm not that well versed in what is like a libertarian and what is like a left. I know what a left is and the right is, and that's kind of it. I kind of know what if you are in the center kind of means, but all these like nuances, like like again, I'm not living in the States, so I'm not that I don't get it exposed to it all the time, if that's the right saying. I only know from what other people are saying, and then from what my own conclusions basically. And my own research. But yeah, he just like, it felt like he couldn't make it as a Linux content creator anymore, which he did before, more or less. So the easiest way to get, money is doing stuff that is emotional driven. So that's drama content, reaction videos, or reaction stuff, political commentary. Like, the commentary part of YouTube is super popular. They make a lot of money, the commentary channels. Like, and it don't have to be political commentary. It can also be social commentary. It can be tech commentary and stuff like that. But the second you try to talk to people's emotions, where there is like a us and them, everyone that is us will support you to high heaven and back. And of course, them will hate you. It's the same with Linux. Why do you think a lot of Linux content creators have this, like, it's Linux versus the world, it's Linux versus proprietary software, it's FOSS versus proprietary software, it's Linux versus Windows, it's Linux versus... It's emotional driven. They are playing you. Like, they are playing you like a fiddle, man. Because they know if they can get you to be part of that tribe, and if they can get you to believe that there is something that's, like... Windows bad, Microsoft bad, all of those things, you are less likely to jump ship. It's a little bit the same tactic as religion use and cults use. That's why I call Linux a cult, because they use a lot of the same tactics, Then we subvert. I don't... Honestly, George, I think tech being... political driven or political alliance is something that's happened the last 10 years with, Google becoming big, social media companies becoming big, so X/Twitter, Facebook, and stuff like that. Because tech companies has almost, especially American tech companies, has almost always been like libertarian left leaning. Like super left leaning. They always been Democrats. And then, but none of them have had the same power as, social media has today. So, of course, when people that are super that way get a lot of power, they are going to do whatever they can to, we want our viewpoints to be heard the most because we believe it's the best, us versus them. And that's kind of when a lot of tech became super political driven. Most of the time, back in the day when people were talking tech, they rarely used politics as a speaking point. It was mostly just tech-based. You could have a massive debate with a fucking super Republican, and you could be like a super Democrat, and you wouldn't even know it. Like, your code developer could be a Republican, you could be a Democrat, you don't even know it. That was how it was back in the day. Or you will not have any... Or there was a slim chance you actually knew it. And you could be working together for years. Nowadays, if you're in tech, It's almost like you have to like, okay, this is my pronouns, this is who I fuck, this is how I want you to talk to me, these are words you can't say to me, this is the political parties I align with, these are the political parties I don't like, and then we can start having actually conversation after all this fucking checklist going on. That's how I feel tech is today. It's become a kindergarten of eccentric, self-serving, self-important babies, basically. The greatest problem with Linux is the community, and I will agree with that. If we fix the community, we fix a lot of problems with Linux, because by fixing the community, we become better and more open to work with, and easier to work with. Off topic. So I've been great question, Obsidian. So Obsidian Wolf wants to ask me why I use Vivaldi. We can let's look up the Vivaldi website here for a second. I don't know if it switched to Danish. It don't. So I used to be a massive fan of Vivaldi, and I still use it on and off. I will, however, say, my main browser is Chrome. And then the one I use mostly for coding is Edge, because it has the integration with Copilot. And what that means is that if you search something in Edge, like let's say C#, how to make a dictionary, then the Copilot will give you like a code example right away. So you don't have to find a website and then click on it and stuff like that. So if you're a developer, I love Edge for that. But that's mostly what I use Edge for, is for development. Because it has this like it gives you that little code snippets, and then give you links to the resources. However, I do love Vivaldi. It's probably the only reason. Let me go back a little bit. The only reason why I use Chrome is because the syncing aspect with Vivaldi is a little bit iffy. It don't always sync, and you have to have a sync key locked with your account and your device. And that's because of privacy. Don't get me wrong. It's because of privacy. They are really good with privacy. They are really good with privacy. But it just becomes a little bit irritating. That's the only reason why I'm using Firefox, is that it just sync fucking right away when you do anything. Where I've noticed in Vivaldi, sometimes it can take too long. Because I can be sitting on my laptop over on the couch and do something, and I'm like, fuck, it's better done on my computer. And I just bookmark it or something like that, and it's just right, like within seconds it's there on Chrome. Where on Vivaldi, you still have a little bit of issues with syncing and stuff like that. But other than that, I love Vivaldi. I love that you can customize, like, this is Zen. You can make Vivaldi look exactly like this browser here. Exactly like this browser here. You can make it look like however you want. And you can have all of the features on Earth. Like, you can, Vivaldi almost is an operating system nowadays. Like, you can make Vivaldi into whatever you want it to be. They also have their own mail clients, and Vivaldi can do so. Yeah, it's found by one of the founders of Opera. Yeah, it has so many. If you think browsers, think about Arch Linux. Vivaldi is Arch Linux. It's whatever you want it to be. It can be as complicated as you want it to be, or it can be as easy as you want it to be. And that's what I love about Vivaldi, because if I get tired of a layout, or because you do look at your browser quite a lot, and sometimes it's nice to give it a little bit fresh, fresh view. So let's say I just want to consume fucking content for days and days, or a period or a month straight. I will make Vivaldi to look like where I can even, over here you can hide the panel. I can't remember how to do that right now, but you can hide the side panel here. Is that here you do that? I can't even remember now. Look and feel. I can't remember now. Tab management, is that it? Send mode. Anyway, I know there's a way of what the fuck did I do? There you go. I know there's a way of doing it. I can't remember it right now. But you can make this super small, or you can make it disappear. The same on the Arc browser. You can do that on Vivaldi. You see here, if I wanted to make a new tab, look, same shit. Like you can make. So this is how. So when I run Vivaldi now, over here, like here, I will have like the tabs, but I don't have any text. It's purely icons. So these icons you see here on my browser will be replaced. They'll be here instead of this panel here. This panel here is moved over here and hidden. And that's what I love about Vivaldi. Like you can go nuts. Like it's a play. But just like with Arch Linux, with all that power, that means you need to know what you're doing, because you can easily take something off that you, oh my god, where the fuck did that go and stuff like that. I should make a new I have a video that's super old about Vivaldi. I should make a new one, because it is like, it is probably my favorite browser. But just like, Linux is my favorite operating system, I just don't use it. I have a Linux laptop, but it just don't do what I want it to do. Well, BOS is my favorite of all time, but of the current generation OSs we have, Linux is my favorite OS. It just sucks at most of the things I want it to do. Like, dude, Vivaldi is the Arch Linux of browsers. It is the Arch Linux of browsers. What you can do in Brave, you can do in Vivaldi, privacy wise. Kindergarten is FOSS and sometimes big tech. CMD, whose server, mine or? Oh, you mean Lunduke? Lunduke, is that the guy? Yeah. We all make mistakes. Don't take that too... Like, everyone makes fucking mistakes. But yeah, Vivaldi is amazing. I kind of want to go back to Vivaldi now. I tried using it at work. But again, when you're coding, it is just fucking there, dude. Like if you're developing and you need help, like research... Nothing beats, at least the Bing search engine. The Bing search engine is what's doing it for me. I don't know if it would do here. So if we do like C#, how to do static array. Is that how spell it? Okay, so there will normally be I don't know why it's not doing it. It's probably because I'm not logged in. But there will be like Copilot. So it would be like if I'm doing this. Oh, here's it. So this part here. This part here. All of this here. Would come up here. It would just automatically... Brave search is... Google or search... Maybe not Brave search it, but because Brave search is super fucking weird. It hides a lot of shit from you. And shit you actually like and need. And there's been a lot of controversies with Brave search also. So Brave search, I don't know if they have it now, but they used to have sponsored search results. So if you were a sponsor of theirs or something to that nature, Brave will put you on top, just like Google does, but they will physically hide others' results, which Google don't. And this is something within the last few years we are talking about here. Like, Brave as a company is super sketchy. Like, it's super sketchy. At some point, I think they tried to put a miner into their software, and someone found it out, and they got into massive problems of it. Like, Brave is like... it's one of those things where... Like with Valve, they do some good things, and then people ignore all the other bad things they do. But all those other bad things is like... Yeah, but I just can't use Brave search because I as irritating as Google is, Brave search is more irritating because I don't feel hidden search results. So on Google I don't have to click show me hidden search results. They just come further down the line. Brave will hide something that you actually have to activate or interact with the browser to see it. That's what I don't like. I don't like anything that hides anything from me. What Google does is they don't hide it, they just deprioritize it. So that means that on Google, it just gets bumps down in the search. So like you see it, instead of seeing it on page 1, you see it on page 2. Where Brave actually hide it from you. And that's my problem. Don't hide shit from me. You know, don't hide shit from me. Because that's a form of censorship. It's just not, you know, so bad censorship that you can't get it, but it's still behind a little bit like, yeah, we know you want to see this, but you should not see it. Or, these are the things we really don't want you to see, but we want you to see these things up here. Like, it's more in your face. It's more like, you know, it's like I'm closing I'll allow you into my living room, but I'm closing the door to some other rooms. You can still go in there if you open the door. Where Google allow you into the front room, but they have all the other doors. There's no doors there. You can just freely walk around where you want. And that's what pisses me off with Brave is that it's that they give the user this illusion of privacy. They give the users this illusion of they are good. They give the user this illusion of all of these things. While they're doing a lot of the same things that you don't like other browsers doing, and they're doing it more aggressively than other browsers are doing. But they keep you more safe, in quotes, more safe. Like again, the problem I have with good old Some Ordinary Gamer is that a lot of it is just speculations. Can things happen? Yeah. Have they happened? No. So are we starting to live in a world where the Minority Report, where we are, you know, what is it called? Punishing people for what ifs, you know. Hey, Essex Games. I don't do Google, do Gemini. I've not seen much of Gemini though. This is what I get, and then we can do C# again. How to use sockets. Yeah, this is what I get. Even logged in. I don't know where you're getting that. I don't know. Sockets. It's what you use if you want to communicate over TCP. You make a socket from one computer to another one, and then you can send. Think about like a rudimentally non-encrypted VPN connection. It could be a reached thing. You could be right there. Yeah. I will say I get more like Copilot shit on Bing. But that's kind of why I use Bing for development, because it actually gives me the Copilot stuff. But I do get more Copilot ads on Bing, just in general. Even if I'm just searching like how to get a big dick.dk or something like that. Copilot is not that good. But Copilot as a search engine is super good. Because if you use Copilot with Bing search, especially for coding. It makes it easier for you to find code examples. It will also make it easy for you to troubleshoot. But if you're using Copilot as an ordinary, like a generalized AI, it sucks at that. Gemini is way better than that, or OpenAI, or ChatGPT. Copilot, in my opinion, is only good for development and research. If you want to do, and what I mean by that is, it's super good at Windows research and Windows development. And Python, and maybe JavaScripting, or TypeScripting. If you go into Rust and all the more like exotic things, use Gemini or ChatGPT. But if it's centered around a Microsoft technology, Copilot is super good at it. You know? I haven't tried DeepSeek, and honestly, I don't give a fuck about all those AIs. I don't give a fuck about all those AIs. I don't. Like, the only time I really use AI is for stuff like this. How to use an array, for example. All of this here will come up in Bing search if you just type that into Bing search. I use AIs to teach me stuff. I don't use it to do stuff for me. Or if something behaves in a way that I don't understand, I ask an AI, why is it behaving like that? And then so I'm using AI as a teacher. That's it. And if that can't find the right things for me, I then go and find it myself. And if I can't do that, then I just ask a developer. You know. Yeah. Well, so Copilot in Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio are a little bit different, and I use mostly Visual Studio. And Copilot is not that good for auto-completion and stuff like that. It gets a lot of shit wrong. And I noticed in Visual Studio Code, it's almost like you're getting an inferior version of Copilot. It's somehow worse in Visual Studio Code for some reason. Or at least in my opinion. But it could also be that I don't code C# in Visual Studio Code. I do that in Visual Studio. And maybe Copilot is just better at C#. Because again, Copilot is a Microsoft technology. It's just like, you know, talking to each other. So when I'm using any other coding language, I normally do that in besides Java, but I do Java in IntelliJ, what it's called, what is it called? Is it IntelliJ or what is that? I don't know. Not NetBrains. You know, the people that make PyCharm. But if I do any other coding languages, I use that with Visual Studio Code, and I think the reason why I think Copilot is worse there is because it's just not that good at doing Python or the other stuff. IntelliJ ADI, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I'm using. And it has its own AI / auto-completion. But I will say, like, in Visual Studio, if you go download the community version, which I use of Visual Studio, Copilot, I'm not logged into Copilot, but it's not bad. It's not super good, but it's not bad. But it gets, like, you have to kind of, so if you're coding a lot, and you're doing a lot of the same things, it will start to autocomplete because it thinks, okay, you just did, 5 of these things or something like that. So you want to do this, and it always comes up when, let's say you do like 5 standard methods. It's like, oh, you want to do another method? Let me autocomplete 90% of that method for you. You're like, no, I want to do an array or a global variable or something like that. So it can get, it jumps the gun a little bit too much, maybe, if that's the thing. It is helpful. But you need to know how to... It's like that with any AI now I'm thinking about it. You need to learn how to not trust it. You can't just trust it blindly. And if you see it starts to behave in a weird way, don't just say, oh, that's how it's meant to be, then no, then just don't use it. You know, I don't think you can get any AI to be... at best, AI for coding is going to be what we're doing right here. You instead of Googling a problem, you ask the AI how to do... Like, use AI as a teacher. I think that's where AI is going to be super good. Don't ask AI to, like, make me a... cal app in C# with MVVM and VPF. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is like, in my opinion, AI will never be good at this. It will give you, maybe, a somewhat functioning... so it is a view model here. And then we have the... and it's using bindings and everything. So here we have the view. We have a relay. Yeah, so don't do this. Don't do this. Don't ask it to build a program for you. Never use an AI for that. But use an AI for how to convert a into string in Rust. This is what you use an AI for. This is what AIs are great for. Because this is no different than doing this. It's just more... An AI is just better at or not better. An AI, if you... Let them do this. How to convert a int to a string in Rust. So what an AI is doing is it just basically take the best resources of the search results and giving you an example. You get what I'm coming at here. So you can find this here, but you have to click, a lot of sites, and you have to open them and all that shit, and then you may get, hey, this is probably where I got it from. This is probably where I got it from. It's almost the same. What about here? Close to it. You get the idea. Yeah, exactly, Bob. Use it as a reference, or use it as oh, I have a question. When you think like this, okay, I have a question I need answers for. You can try and use AI for that. They are better at that than they are at doing stuff for you. If you want an AI to do stuff for you, it may work, but you have no idea why it worked, and the AI may not even know why it works. It just happened to work. Or you copy all of these files, like we did with the calculator app. You make the files and copy, paste everything in, and something is not working. You don't know why it's not working, and the AI don't even fucking know why it's not working. But if you use it as a second mind, a second like Notion, use it as Notion, where you have all your code snippets in. Use it as a reference point. Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot how to capture, if I can spell, a system command in Python. Like, oh, I forgot how to capture system command in Python. Use an AI for that. Here's the thing with AIs. You can train it as much as you want. It will never understand context and creativity. It can't. Because that's an emotion. It's a human thing. You cannot get an AI to fix a super elaborate problem by thinking outside of the box. Because an AI is built to be the box. You know. So what are they using here? So it's been a while since I've done Python. But there's different ways. Here they want you to use sub-processes. Are they giving us another example? Here's another example. But you can also do os.os. And there is .run, and I think there's also .pipe in Python. But as a basic, and here it gives you a little bit of an explanation here. This is all you need to refresh your memory. No, AI is not good at copy-paste. Don't ever copy-paste AI. Never. Never copy-paste AI. Go to GitHub, copy-paste there. Never copy-paste an AI. What you see in an AI should be looked at like this is like I said, you're asking a friend, oh goddammit, I can't remember the actor's name, and your friend is like, I think it's Joe Blows a lot, Joe Blows a lot, and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's how you use an AI. Oh, AI don't copy paste. They refine. I would say refine. They refine. Like I said, I can do the same here. I just ask it how to capture system output. I can do that up here, but then I have to look through all the links and find it myself. And AI find the best and most clicked on answer, the most heavily weighted answers is the right word. And then it uses that. If it's with Bing or Copilot, they will also use GitHub and they will use Microsoft Learn. So that's why Bing or Copilot is super good for Microsoft technologies, because they will actually use Microsoft's own documentation as a reference. Others may do it, but with Copilot you are certain that they do it. So, but that don't help you with Python. Depends on how good the Git and well, there's a lot of Python shit on Git. But yeah, like if you do anything that has to do with Windows development, Copilot is great, and Bing is great, because when you search on Bing, it will automatically do the Copilot search for you if it can find it, and you will get stuff like this up here. But yeah, use AI as your second brain, like as a reminder, as a refresher, as a I can't, YouTube ads feels like a private website, yeah. You can make a lot of simple apps with AIs. You can. Like, of course you can. But here's the thing. If it breaks, do you know how to fix it without, having to then also use an AI? And most people can't, and that's the problem. Bootloader is bloatware, yeah. No, I need to, like I said, I think I will do this over the weekend. I will set up VM, virtual machines. And then I think I will install Haiku on it, just to fuck around with it. But right now, I'm using mostly Windows, a little bit of Mac OS, and third Linux. But I don't, Mac OS is more like I use it for consuming, like on my Mac Mini in couch, on the bed and stuff like that. So it's mostly just a consumer OS right now. And that's purely because of battery life. It just, yeah, it's just what it is. I did buy a totally brand new Lenovo ThinkPad, by the way, with a Ryzen processor, and it's amazing for development. And it's more powerful than my MacBook Air is, but it don't have the same battery life. Close to it though, but not the same. I get about 40% more on my MacBook Air, or Mac Air, what it's called. My Mac Mini, I don't use that much. I stopped using it like a few weeks ago. And it's purely because of content creation. And I miss doing VM stuff. Like making videos with VMs. Before, I couldn't live stream with VMs. So, yeah. Like, it's not because... Like, I actually like Mac products better than any Windows product. I just can do more with Windows. From a content creator viewpoint. From my work viewpoint. And just from a nerd viewpoint. Because and it's not because you can't do it on Mac OS. It's the architecture of Mac OS. A lot of things are iffy on ARM processors. And a lot of software is still a little bit iffy-diffy. And then there's the upgraded prices for RAM and storage, which is like stupidly fucking expensive. So what I did is I upgraded the cooler on my gaming rig to be super quiet. I upgraded the RAM to 64 gig. I put in 2 NVMe's, so now I have an NVMe just for recording, saving my recordings on before they go on to my NAS. And then all my VMs are going to live on that, so they're getting super fast. And then I have a NVMe just for gaming. Just for gaming. Or games. I have an E14 I spec'd out with the... No, I didn't spec it out processor-wise, but I did get 16 gig of RAM and a lot of storage and a lot of extra fiddle to this and stuff like that. So if you get... It depends on what Lenovo like series you get. So the Yogas I quite like. The ThinkBooks and ThinkPads I kind of like. But the E series are too thick in my opinion. Like, they are thick boys. If you go with the T series or the T14 or 15S or T16S, they are even slimmer. If you go with the X1, they are super slim. They're like MacBook Air slim. But if you do buy entry level, which the E series kind of is, entry level Lenovo laptops, they are kind of outdated or bulky and stuff like that. Was playing Blade Runner. But we have to remember one thing. Lenovo is a Chinese company, peeps. We may not be, or at least if you live in the States, they with the tariffs and shit like that, they may get more expensive. Hey, they may be banned. We don't know how many backdoors the Chinese fucking government have put into these laptops. But a lot of Linux users love Lenovo laptops. I bought mine without Windows. And they wanted fucking 20, was it 20? Depending on what laptop you're getting. But they want between $20 to $40 to put Ubuntu on it. And of course, way more to put Windows on it. But again, like, with the banning spree of Chinese products nowadays, Lenovo is a pure Chinese product, man. And we don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. I don't think Haiku is ever going to be anything more than this right now. There's no room for it in it. Like, having 3 different OSs competing with each other to some degree is already too much. You know, that's why we see exclusives and stuff like that. When you look at like the console market, we really only have 3 consoles. Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo. It's like it's the rule of 3 in business. There will always be the top 3, and then everyone else is like the rest 1% of the market. So right now we have Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Anyone else will take up the last 1% of the market. It's just how it is. Everything, you should assume everything has a backdoor. That's we have a dude or dudette or whoever the fuck it is in my Discord that think that I'm using VPNs and I'm not giving out my real name, so therefore they don't know who I like. They think that this super fucking most secure person on earth. When you think nothing has a backdoor, or the things you're using is impenetrable, or you are the most secure you can be right now, that is when you become a target. Because then you stop being vigilant. You stop looking for things that could be wrong. Because you have the mindset, I can't do no more. And on top of that, a lot of people don't know how much data a web browser take. They don't know how much data websites take. Websites know what they can look at your CPU uses. They can look at what programs you have open. Like I posted what Discord is taking in my Discord. Not only do they check the IP and a lot of data from their website, the website you're using right now, any website you associate with Discord, they also take data from. And IP addresses from. So you may hide your IP address on Discord, but if you don't hide it on let's say X, they have your IP address. And even if you hide it on Discord, it's not really hidden, because then they can't send... Like, this is how stupid people are. If nobody knows your IP address, nobody can communicate with you. It's that simple. If nobody knows your IP address, nobody can send you data. So at some point, someone knows your IP address. And the data goes through them to you. So that means that if people want to, they can find your IP address, because someone besides you know your IP address. And then it's just a matter of how secure and how easily, how much do you trust that or those people that know your real IP address, your public IP. So if you're only having your ISP, how much do you? It's the same. Again, it's the same in incognito mode. You're not really incognito. You're incognito from a lot of things, but they still need to know your IP address to send you data. And if they know your IP address, they can get a lot of information about you. How do I trust a VPN? You can't trust a VPN. VPNs is only secure if it's a private VPN between you and another trusted computer. So let's say your work computer and stuff like that. The only thing VPNs are good for is for watching Netflix. They will also deter a lot of people of trying to figure stuff out about you. Some people just don't want to bother. Oh, he has a VPN, I don't want to bother. There's a lot of other people that don't have a VPN. That don't mean they're secure. It just means that it's too much of a hassle for them to deal with it. So, look at scam callers. If you think they only called one person at the time and spending all of their effort on this one person, you're mistaken. They called thousands of phone numbers at the time. And then, when they get through a phone, a green light or something pings up and say, we have a connection. And that's when they start to do their scam. So, that's what a VPN do at best. Is that they are just like, they are pinging a lot of people, trying to reach a lot of people, and red. Oh, this dude is not using a VPN. Green, so we have a connection there. And then you can go from there. Well, technically, in the package that is being sent from your VPN, your IP address is in there. So, yeah. You can also spoof a MAC address, yeah. But you can spoof anything you want. But that, again, hiding. Think about the word. Hiding. Disguising. Let's say you are a good old spy boy. You put on, the mustache and the glasses and a hat. So people don't recognize you right away. But you're still the same person. You're still there. Like, if take away the hat, the glasses, and the mustache, it's you. But most people, or a lot of people, just disregard you because they don't pay that much attention to you. And that's kind of what a VPN is. It's just like, it's not worth the effort. But that don't mean that they are massively secure. It's just like, okay, this person has, instead of having one lock on the door, they have 2 locks on the door. I don't want to bother with that. So I'm going to the next neighbor, or the next house. That don't mean that you are massively more secure and nobody can fucking breach your house and all that fucking shit. Which I see a lot of people when they use VPN. It's like they're like, oh man, it's the biggest fucking thing ever and blah 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 blah. No, it's not. It's a deterrence. It's the same with torrenting. Nothing like, if you want to be secure, don't use the internet. It's that fucking simple. And never ever use anything. The best thing to be secure and on the internet is, don't use any website that requires a login. Even if you give false information. Because at some point in that chain, that false information goes back to you. Would 99 or 90% of all the bad dudes spend the money and resources figuring that out? Well, Buttercup, you're not that important, so no, they won't. But if you were the president of the United States, they probably would. If you were like a big CEO, they probably would. But you sitting at home pirating anime porn, they don't give a fuck about you. I'm sorry to say it. They really don't want to spend that money because, again, how much time and effort they are spending on you correlate with what they think they can get out of you. And if you are nobody, you are kind of somehow, you know, secure just by being a nobody. you know, why do you think a lot of people are still to this day pirating software and movies and never been in fucking jail? Because it will probably cost more money to get that up and running, court, and all that fucking shit, than just letting them do it. But if you start to sell them, you know, sell the thing you're pirating and giving it away for free and stuff, or hosting it, now we're talking something else. Because now they can sue you and get massive amount of more money out of you. And even jail time at that point, like massive long jail time. That's why, you know, they will catch and release a lot of the small fishes to get the big fishes. So a lot of reasons why we run around and think we are security geniuses online is because we're just not that important. So we think we have set up this like fucking better than NSA security system. And the NSA probably know everything we fucking do. They're just like, that fucking idiot wanking it to hentai porn? Yeah, just fuck off. You know. Or that little idiot over there copying all of the Twilight Saga videos. Yeah, fuck them. It's not worth our time. That's the only thing it's not worth our time. Until you start to do like felony fucking crime or something like that. They will probably go after you. Just because they don't go after you don't mean you're secure. It just means you're not that important. And a lot of, it's the same with Linux. They're like, yeah, but we don't have that many viruses and attack as Windows have. That's because you are not that big of a target. Nobody really fucking cares about you running Linux. You're not that important. But the only reason why Windows is more targeted is because there are more people there. Why would I attack a server, for instance, or a cluster of people with 5 people when I can attack a cluster of people with thousands of people? I'd rather have thousands of people stay there than 5 people stay there. And the thing about security also is that you are never secure. Exactly. And I don't know what it is with Linux users, but a lot of them, they think they are fucking spies or something, you know, like, they are fucking 2 triple time encrypting their fucking asshole and having an encryption machine before they go to the toilet to unencrypt it every time they have to take a leak or poop. Nobody really... Here's the thing, Yeah, so probably not say this, but you can get away with a lot of shit in life if it's not too bad shit. If it's not too bad shit, you can get away with a lot of shit in life. Don't become Epstein or what the fuck his name is. But if you steal a candy bar here and there, at most, you'll be banned for the fucking store. You get what I'm coming at here? Unless you do things that are really, really fucking hurting the environment or the society, nobody fucking gives. Like, is pirating bad? Yes. Should you never do it? Yes. But I don't think there's anyone alive today that have not at one point in their life done just a little bit of pirating online. It could be downloading a song they couldn't get in other places, or a episode of a TV series they really, really want to watch, but there's just no fucking way of getting it legally. We all have done it. Or getting a discount, in quotes, on a piece of software. Or a license key. That is technically not illegal, but technically not legal either. Nobody is 100%, clean. So that means that if you believe the paranoid Linux users, because we all are so important individual human beings, that means that we should all fucking be targeted by NSA and CIA and whatever fucking local governments you have. It's just not doable. There's a lot of people speeding that don't ever get caught, and they speed past the fucking police. The Flatpak is permissions on Wayne, and it's much better security model than security by obscurity. Because people don't give a fuck. They don't. If you're from a third world and if you're in the third world country and you somehow manage to get Skylink or what the fuck it's called, or have internet, you may be living on piracy, yeah. Because that's the only way you can get access to those things. And again, it's a little bit like every businesses, no matter what the fuck it is, they have like a lost fund or whatever the fuck you will call it. So they calculate in their budget of things breaking, things not showing up, things being stolen. Like, software is the same, Microsoft or all these, they do know that people pirate this. Like, I had to reactivate Windows from my Lenovo laptop. You know what I did? I called the phone number. That it says, oh, if you want to activate over the phone, call this phone number. I got a super sexy AI talking to me. You now see 9 batches of numbers with 6 individual numbers in them. Can you give me the first batch of 7 numbers? And then I had to be like, yes, Mrs. AI, and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and do that for the all 9 batches of 7 numbers. And then at the end, the sweet, sweet, sweet AI lady was like, I can tell you what numbers to press in the next screen, or I can send them to you. And she sent me a batches of 6 of... She sent me batches of numbers. And I put them in. I now have a full-blown working version of Windows Pro without paying for it. I did train an AI for like 10 minutes though. That's what I did there. I trained an AI in human speech recognition, especially number recognition. So I set the 7 numbers, she repeated them, and if she didn't understood them, I would say it again, and then would be asked me, is this the right numbers? And I would say, yes. Give me the next 7 numbers, and it'll be like 5, 7, 8, 5, 2, it was 1-digit number. And she would repeat them. Are these the right numbers? Yes. Then we'll be like, oh, I can see you have more than one device activated with this Windows version. Oh, how many devices do you have activated? And you just say whatever fucking numbers, you don't really care. I said 1. Let me work on it. She's like, that is correct. Here are the activation numbers you need to push in on the next screen. And Again, I spent 10 minutes trading an AI versus paying how much money Microsoft wants for Windows Pro. Do you think they care about that I'm not legally owning that version of Windows? No. They don't give a fuck. Not only am I using a Windows product right now, I also helped them train an AI in Danish language. Because here's the thing. It used to be in English. This was in Danish. Back in the day, you call some random fucking person, and it would be an English, one of those English phone thingies. And they would be like, type in the first 7 numbers and end with the hashtag. And you did that. Type in the next 7 numbers and end with hashtag. That's what you did. You did like hashtag. It uses the sound to recognize the numbers on the phone. But you don't. If you do that, you train nothing. They get nothing out of it. But I did that for decades, almost, or at least a decade. I just called in and did the whole activating Windows licenses over the phone. I don't think I paid for one license in my whole life of Windows. One license. And it was like a CD key from some fucking website. Maybe 2 of them. All the rest are done with phone activation over the internet. They don't give a fuck. They don't. Like, had I been acting for a company, they would have given a fuck. But if you do that at home, they don't give a fuck. They really don't give a fuck. You just click like, yeah, I changed hardware. That's all. They don't really care if you did it or not. It's... Yeah. So I spent... It's like doing it the olden ways where you just put it in the phone and close with either star or hashtag was super fast. You could do that in 5 minutes or 2 minutes you were done, depending on how fast you could type. Talking to her, I had to repeat a lot of numbers. Like, it took some time. Because then, I spoke too fast, or I spoke not fast enough, But, yeah, I was basically just training and fucking AI. And I don't mind training an AI for 10 minutes if that means I get a free version of Windows 11 Pro. It was irritating as fuck, it was tedious, but hey. If she was sexy enough, I could wank to her while I was doing it. Then she learned moaning Danish speak at the same time. There's a lot of benefits to it. Yeah, here's the thing. Never listen to anyone talking tech on the internet. Best fucking way of coming about it. I scream. Like, just 90% of all people talking technology or anything on the internet don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because the only people that have the time and the fucking need or wants to talk about that shit on the internet are people that don't know what they're talking about because they haven't spent time learning it. They're not spending time working with it. They're not spending time learning. They just read an article or listen to someone they like on the internet, and then, yeah, I like that chap over there, so therefore what he or she is saying must be right, so therefore I'm adopting their belief system. They don't want to watch DJ Ware, which is secretly Santa Claus. I'm 100% sure DJ Ware is secretly Santa Claus. Prove me wrong. But yeah, like, they don't want to watch it because he's boring to listen to. Yeah, but you learn shit, dude. You learn shit. They will not... If Linux users were that paranoid, they would not even use a computer. I like Learn Linux TV. He's one of the more level-headed people. I watch him from time to time. I do like him. But I don't watch Linux content anymore. I can't stand it. I just like... If I want to do something with Linux, I do it. If I want to refresh my memory or learn something about Linux, I go and read manuals. I don't do any of that fucking shit on YouTube anymore. It's been tainted too fucking much, man. Karl, no, he's too fucking smart to be Karl Marx, man. I got a new. What are you saying? I got a new client. I'm fine-tuning a visual transformer for them. Yeah, we are about to maybe do some container things and making things more web-based for easier development soon. Yeah, like the worst place you can go and get tech help is Reddit. Just like Reddit is the worst place ever. The best place is dedicated forums. And then you can put other things in between, like Facebook and generalized forums and Stack Overflow and all that fucking shit. They're all okay. But Reddit has become a cesspool of terminally always online Reddit karma seeking sips, incels, of all of those things put together that just live for fucking being on Reddit. And forget that if you want to be good at what you're talking about, you actually have to do what the fuck you're talking about. You can't just sit and talk about it. Like, I can sit and talk about working out as much as I want. I'm still not getting slimmer, and I'm still getting fatter. I need to get my ass back to the gym at some point. And I feel that Reddit it's just degraded to, like, it's almost 4chan nowadays. It's just like a more civilized, like, at least they're not too fucking crazy in there. I can see Reddit being good for content creators to be like what Asmongold uses for is farming content, you know. So if you're a content creator, it's a good idea, especially if you do reaction videos or reaction content or commentary content. It would be like, hey, post it on my subreddit if you don't want to go on my Discord. And so I have a channel on my Discord where you can recommend video subject or videos for me either to react to or talk about. That I see Reddit being good for. You know, it's a place where your audience can reach you, basically. But for like in-depth fucking conversation and learning and yeah, most of the Reddit posts, there are sometimes you can find stuff in there that is like super fucking brilliant and stuff like that, but it's like you have to fucking dig through like 10 tons of fucking horse manure before you get to it or something like that. Basically, Reddit is filled of pirate software people. All talk and no fucking dick. You know. IIC, yeah, but that's also more direct, I guess. More Reddit karma, more embarrassment. Yeah, it's like when you see someone having a massive amount of posts on social media, so Instagram, Facebook, and stuff like that, you automatically just go like, oh, this person must have no fucking life whatsoever. If you look at the timeline, like every fucking 30 seconds for like 10 hours a day, they are posting something online. It's like, what the fuck? They can't do anything other than post then. Is their whole life just social media? It's the same if I see a lot of people do this on my Discord, or well, not a lot, but a good amount of people do this. They make an account, and then they go through the check and validations thingy, and then they just post non-stop for like 2 or 3 hours, and then they either leave or they get silent, and then the next day they post for like fucking non-stop for a few hours. And then you look like they created the account like a month or 2 months ago, and all they've done is just posting. So basically, just create an account because they want to shit post or be angry. But it's the same mentality. It's a low life or no life, terminally online person that do that kind of shit. And it's just so funny to see. But most of the time, they will make an account and then will post all over Discord. And they're not like bad for the most part. They just post, you know, just like, look at this, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and go into debate with other people, and like within like a few days, they will just leave again. And they may come back with another account, or come back to the same account a week later after that, or something like that. It's just like, okay. What the fuck is going on? People are weird, man. Humans are weird creatures. The internet have really been good at finding the worst of the worst and putting them together. Like, it's never been more easy to find other deranged people to associate with than it has now. Because there will be a fucking user group, there will be a fucking Reddit group, or there will be a YouTube channel centered around lopsided dick penises that I love from black horses or something like that. That's their biggest fucking king. It's probably out there. And both of those fucking people that are into that shit have found each other on the internet. Back in the day, if you had that fucking weird fucking mindset, you were nobody wants to talk to you, nobody wants to engage with you. Nowadays, no matter how fucking deranged your thought pattern is, there is some place on the internet that is exactly like you. Or where you fit in. And it will not take you much searching to find that. It's funny how... And that's what's going on Twitter and all that fucking shit right now, is that those deranged people have found each other. And then they are boosting each other's deranged fucking beliefs up. Like the people, like or dislike Elon Musk, I don't give a fuck, but setting cars on fire a peaceful protest. It would be like me going into a fucking bank and robbing it and calling it a peaceful protest. You know. Oh, what did the Belina Edge do? I use that quite a lot. Well, Twitter is not retarded. People on Twitter is retarded. There's a massive difference here. Twitter or X of itself is a good platform. It's just the people that are on it are fucking mentally fucking unstable, or what you will call it. What did the Belina Edge do? Educate me. Because I do like using that quite a lot. And yes, it is open source. So what are the FOSS people saying about that, though? But yeah, I didn't catch that. I don't know what they have been trying to sneak in. It can't be super bad. But Belina Edge, where are they from? What part of the world are they from? Is that how we spell it? Oh my god, that's blinding me. Oh, is that Electron app? That kinda explains a lot. But it is the fastest way of making cross-platform apps. Can we see where... normally it will... Or I think sometimes it will tell you here where... they originate. There's not a lot of people associating with... Is that MacGyver? It is MacGyver. Greece. Brooklyn. Remote. I am from the remote. The remotest of places. Oh, they have an SDK. I know that a few companies like using it because of its batch writing. Oh, this is so... I forgot how bright websites are when you use them in full screen mode. Belina Cloud. Why? I want to know... Team? Contact? There's a lot of peeps there. Is that Mutaha? Yeah, I have not watched any switch to Linux in over a year. Is he still living in a van? Why do nerds always look so weird? Oh, Ericsson, are they still around? Yeah, they must be. Yeah, but what? Like, just give me like the like one sentence overview of it. So they are in Tenerife. Oh, that's the summit. I want to go to Tenerife. Like, did they sneak in like porn or data collection or what the fuck is Ericsson doing nowadays? Our solutions. Okay, so they are still doing mobile stuff. Oh. Oh, yeah, I remember when they partnered with Sony, yeah. Okay, so they're still doing communications, just business communication. Ericsson used to be a super good, you know. Yeah, Sony Ericsson, and also Ericsson phones, you know. Oh. So, yeah, they basically just took us. They were basically just taking a lot of data. That's what you're coming at. So, telemetry. This is expensive. Holy shit. Yeah, they more than likely did. But hey, it can't have happened. It's open source, dude. We can't. It will never happen in open source because we can see the source code. And people will noticing and fixing it before it happens. Remember that. We are so proactive here in the open source community. We find, fix, and react before it even happens. Because we can see the source code, peeps. And we all know all users are spending all their free time going over source code with a fine-tuned comb. Like the good little users they are. They don't just use shit because it's free and they don't have to put any effort into it. That's not why they do it. A boot? Or it's just go down. Probably like a bootstrap fucking website. Oh, let's see their social media. LinkedIn! Do they have a YouTube? They do have a YouTube. Check their privacy policy. Is it FAQs? Oh, privacy statements. There you go. What are we looking for? Your communication with us. Why the fuck information you provide to us? Information you provide to us. Am I reading this right? Pen and paper. Yep, let's do it. Why do they have this twice? Uh-oh. Oh, this is not that good. How we use your information. Detecting security, improving, upgrading, which is normal. Yeah, I don't see anything like actually out of the ordinary here, to be honest. Oh, disclosing your information to third parties. We may share your personal information with the following categories of third party. Oh god. So service providers, business partners, affiliate, advertisement partners, disclosure protecting us or others. Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit, which again is not out of the norm, because almost all websites or all online services have this to some degree, to be honest. So they're angry. Okay, so they're angry about stuff that almost every website does. Or every online program does. Because these actually are telling you that they're doing it. That's because if they say may, they can be like, we have not done it. We are not doing it. But there is room for them to do it. They don't, because if you use the may, it sounds like they could or they could not. And I am sure that there are instances where they don't do any of this for you. But they may do all of this for your body. You know what I'm coming at here? Like, but it's a good way of saying, oh, we don't take all user data because we didn't take Bob's user data. We, however, took Amy's user data. But that also means we don't took all user data. Just some user data. So we are not that bad. But this is like a stock standard fucking, yeah. This is what almost every fucking company does nowadays. Or organization. Is it good? No. Is it bad? No. It's not super bad. But it's all more or less the fucking standard now. I don't... Yeah. Yeah. Again... Look. Where are we? So, this here. If you don't want that to happen, and you don't want this to happen, stop using anything that is connected to any online services or platform. That's the thing. And even then you may not be safe against this. Yeah, but these are like almost the boilerplate fucking TOSs or FAQs for any product that has anything that is being done online. Like, online privacy is non-existent. It has not been existing almost since the fucking internet got invented. More or less, Bob, yeah. Or some version or some alternative to DDD, yeah. Or DD. But yeah. This is actually super good fucking. But yeah, you're right. Let me blow your mind for any pro-terminal fanboys out there in the ether that may be listening to my stupid rants here. Anything you can do in a GUI, you can do in a terminal. Anything you can do in a terminal, you can make a GUI program that do the same shit. So, that means that the terminal is not the most powerful tool ever, because anything you can do in the terminal, you can do in a GUI program, and the other way around. Anything you can, because what is being done in a GUI program is basically just a translation layer, more or less, between your mouse and the terminal that then talks to the machine. Why do you think we were asking Bing how to capture system output with subprocesses.run. The thing you put into subprocesses.run, or what is it, system.net and C# are just your stock standard fucking command line commands. I have a C# program that uses winget to automatically update Windows. All it does is running an instance of PowerShell and running a command. But it's in a GUI. When you are installing, let's say you're using the what is it called? The Ubuntu store? The GNOME store? And you're installing a Debian package. Do you think it's using some elaborate weird command? No, it's basically just doing apt/install/name a program. That's what it's doing. Or apt-get install name a program. That's all. When you click VLC in your store and you click install, it's basically just sending a apt install VLC command in the back end to your system. That's what it's doing. That's what 99% of those tools are doing. So you're technically also using the command line. You're just not typing it in yourself. You're just, it's just like you're just using a button and a click instead of it. But I don't know why people are so afraid of command lines, because the command line not the command line, GUI tools, because GUI tools are using the command line. They just have another front end for it. And here's the thing. When you're using a terminal, you're using a GUI tool. The terminal in of itself is a GUI tool. Lipstick on a pig, yeah. But the terminal emulator that you're using is an emulator, meaning a fake terminal, a fake interface. It's a GUI tool. The only time that you can kind of say that you're using non-GUI tool is that if you boot into a headless state. Then you're using pure, unadulterated, rough, raw, unlooped CLI magic. But if you're using K-terminal, GNOME terminal, you're using a GUI tool that is emulating a terminal. Instead of just pointing and clicking, you're typing and entering. Like, I don't get this fucking, like, CLI or hashtag no GUI tools because I'm a real fucking nerd. Who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a fuck? Nobody gives a fuck. Like, you are not going to the local pub and be like, "Hello there, pretty lady. Wink, wink. I can change my wallpaper in KDE with a command line. You want to go home and watch me do it? I have condoms, by the way." It's never going to fucking work on anyone. Well, it does if you know what you're looking for. But if you don't know what you're looking for, it won't take longer. Because a lot of people, they don't know what they're looking for. They may know the icon that they are looking for. So they don't know that they're looking for VLC, but they know that that icon representation of the program is what I'm looking for. They are missing that in the CLI. You're 4 minutes in the past. And also discoverability. You have no discoverability in the command line. So let's say you go in and you install editor. There's no a lot of people that use this editor also download these plugins or also downloaded these programs that you may be interested in. Like, there's a reason why we already in the late 80s, early 90s found out that command line interfaces was only really useful for IT professionals. And the rest of the world moved away from that 30-something years ago now. There is a reason why, like, it's like natural selection, so to speak. If the command line was that fucking important and that fucking powerful, we would be using it today. You know? If C was so much better... I don't know what you're saying. If CLI was so much better, wouldn't the world be dominating by I don't... I think my dyslexia is being an idiot now. Here's the thing, like if you're interacting with the CLI in a terminal window or terminal emulator window, you can technically still use your mouse. Well, you can use your mouse in a lot of them. But yeah, the collective world, besides like super hardcore, specific super hardcore IT jobs or scenarios, moved away from the command line almost 30 years ago. Oh, yeah. You're right, yeah. But it's not so much the mouse that's better. It's what a GUI represents. It's easier for people to comprehend and understand virtual cues, representations, information. You know the word a picture says more than 1,000 words. The mouse just happens to be the way that we're interacting with it now. It could be also your finger and stuff like that, you know. Exactly, we are visual creatures at the end of the day, yeah. You could not be more right. Just had to look at something at Discord. I do like using the command line, but it's more for super simple shit, you know. Like sometimes I do like getting system resource information if there's something specific I need. Also, I do prefer, like in Windows, I love upgrading all my installed applications via winget every time I can. Because I just run one command like on the Linux and it just update all my programs. So, this is how to get it. So, here, if you want to search, you do winget search power choice and you get here. But yeah, basically, if you want to, let's say, get a list of what you have installed that's upgradable, you just do winget update. Or upgrade, sorry. You do this command. And then you can upgrade the individual packages. You can do a lot here. But what I mostly do is -- all. So I look at what needs to be upgraded, and if it's something that I want upgraded, or if there's a lot of things that needs to be upgraded, I do winget -- all, and it will just download all the programs and install them. That's it, just do it all at once. It's that fucking simple and that fucking neat and that amazing and that nice. It's a super fucking amazing tool. I do like doing that though, than doing it manually by opening the programs and stuff like that. So this will probably upgrade 90% of all the programs you have. Yeah, I do. I do take pictures, but mostly it depends a little bit. Because I love for some reason I do like photography. I love taking pictures, but I don't want to try and be fancy and artsy about them. I like to walk. I need to do more walking, but I love to walk. And if I see something interesting, I love to take pictures of it because it kind of, it's like going back in time when you're looking at it later down your lifetime, and it also helps you remember stuff and stuff like that. So I do love taking pictures as like a timestamp of what's happening in my life or what I'm doing, or if I see some pretty things or some interesting things. And sometimes I do it a lot, and sometimes I don't. But it's not like I'm sitting and trying and color correct them and making them artsy and stuff like that. If I throw them on Instagram, I may do a filter and that's it, and then I throw them up there. But I do like taking pictures, and the more I'm outside walking, the more pictures I will take. But this year, I don't think I've taken any pictures worthwhile this year yet. I've been walking a lot, but just haven't found anything interesting to take pictures of. I don't watch anime. I have it depends on the anime, of course. Like One Punch and stuff like that, or Dragon Balls, I don't mind that much. But when you go into the territory of like a 1,000-year-old high school girl with big titties that looks like she's 5 years old, I'm like, you have some things you need to figure out. It gets too creepy for me. Or the fucking animes where, they're dating their stepmom or their real mom, but it's okay because they're secretly a vampire. Or so, it's basically just softcore porn and some really unsavory softcore porn disguised as a cartoon. That I don't like. That I think is like the worst thing ever. And I can kind of understand if young kids or teenagers watch it, but if a grown-ass fucking adult person watch that, they have some fucking issues, man. Like, they have some underlying issues there. Like, if you're a wall and you're 40 years old and you have, like, fucking big titty anime girls all over the place, you need to fucking see a counselor. Like, there's something wrong there. That's not normal. That's not, but yeah, like, if it's, like, Dragon Ball, One Punch, or some, like, bone-ass adult fucking stuff, yeah, I don't mind it. I just don't, I don't watch much, or I don't consume much mainstream media, I think you will call it. The only time I will watch, like, what you would call mainstream media is when I'm eating. So when I make my dinner, or lunch, or whatever it is, while I'm eating that, 9 out of 10 times or 8 out of 10 times I will watch either some Netflix or whatever streaming service I'm sub to at that time, and I will watch a series or something like, or a documentary and stuff like that. If I am consuming content, it's mostly YouTube. Like YouTube is running almost 24/7. Or if I'm not listening to music, I have some YouTube channel running in the background I'm watching a video of, and that's anything you can dream of. I'm not picky with my YouTube, but mostly, if I'm watching, weird stuff, it's just because I need some background noise, and I don't really pay attention to it. So if I'm watching, like, a commentary channel or drama channel, it's mostly just because I couldn't find anything interesting to see, and, It depends, dude, it depends on what you're looking for. Like, it depends, like, if it's EDC, if it's survival, if it's military strategies, if it's scientific, if it's gaming, I watch any fucking thing and everything in between, I do pay for premium so I don't get YouTube ads. I feel I'm using YouTube so much that it's justifiable. IKEA seems to be... Well, I have not subbed to any military strategy channels at the moment. I haven't for a long time. Because a lot of military strategy video or channels, they are starting to become preppers. Like, it's becoming like, World War III is coming tomorrow kind of thing and stuff like that. But if you just Google, like, military history is probably, like, what I will watch once in a while. There is one dude I like. It's mostly World War II stuff. Let's see if I can find him. I do like me some World War II, and he's really good at it, talking about World War II. Let me see if I can find him. Also, I love body cam videos and you know, true crimes and interrogation. That's kind of what the kick that I'm on right now at the moment. Been for like a year or so now. Where is he? I do like to watch also a lot of like fitness, bodybuilding kind of stuff. Strongman I do watch quite a lot. There he is. Mark Felton. I can give you a link here in a bit. But yeah, like if you're interested in like the Second World War, and he's super good at that. And he has some really interesting also videos that ties in to what's actually happening today. You know, like things that happened there that still are fucking, you know. Yeah, he's quite good. Yeah. But almost anything that has to do with the military. There's well, Sean Ryan I watch when he has some military people on. GBRS group. Former SEAL Team 6 guys. I do like watching those. But I honestly, I watch more from channels I'm not sub to nowadays, to be honest. I have a lot of EDC and back review channels, survival channels, or outdoor channels. I do like those. A few gaming. Low level is a good dude if you want to go really into security. I have not been subscribed automatically to anything on YouTube. Well, not anymore. In the beginning, like way back in the day, they did that quite a lot, yeah. Yeah, it's a mix between tech channels, true crime, EDC, outdoorsmanship, and military shit. That I am sub to, but I watch a lot of car channels. I watch a lot of cooking channels. I just not sub to any of them, to be honest. Well, it's not funny, but killer janitor hides teacher's body in school closet. So this is also a channel that I do like watching. I just not sub to them.
On the evening of August 18th, 2012,
but they have some good true crime videos in there. I'm also watching, so Mysterious 7 is a new one I really like, if you're into that. And then, of course, I'm watching body cam videos from, I'm sub to Police Insider and, you know, all the popular body cam channels, Midwest Safety and stuff like that. You know. Oh yeah, in the recommendations, that yeah. Yeah, I probably use my recommendation more than my sub list, to be honest. Because when I sub to a channel, I will watch almost anything they do, and then of course you get tired of that content for a while. So I would get tired of watching that content, and then I will not watch anything from them for a few weeks, a month. And then but the reason why I sub to them is that I want to get back to them when I'm not, when I'm, true. It's that morbid curiosity, with like, what the fuck makes welcome back, Layman. What makes a mom kill her kids, or dad snap at his kids, or what makes people kill other people? But it's a rabbit hole, dude. If you get into true crime, there's so much of it. But you learn so much about human nature, you learn so much about human psychology by watching it. And you do learn a lot about police techniques and what to do and not to do when you're around the police. Oh, farming, yeah, and manual labor channels, I love those also. I love watching people, renovating old houses or places, or building, cabins or huts in the woods, Yeah, online meetings are great, man. Yeah, but I do like a lot of blue-collar channels. Like, I watch on and off, like, Wise Script Garage and stuff, channels like that also. I've seen some, I used to watch people making furnitures, like high-end furnitures for a while. I can't remember what the fuck that channel is called right now. I used to watch one or two channels that did that. But it gets samey, You can only kind of build, a chair and a table and, Yeah, I have that on my watch list. I just resubs to Max to watch what we do in the shadows. Oh, JerryRigEverything. Yeah. I like him. I like it. I like what he's doing. Because, well, not everyone can afford to buy expensive shit and test them like he does. But yeah, he's doing what reviewers should be doing. Like, he's putting it to the ultimate test, so to speak. And I do cringe once in a while when I I see like a super expensive phone and he's just taking a fucking box opener to it, or like a diamond fucking tip to the screen. I'm like, oh, just give me that phone. But hey, he's doing a good consumer advocate thing by doing that, to be honest. And he's not drop test, yeah. So I've seen channels starting out doing that, but then to get more views, they start to do absurd things, like throwing it in the ocean with a GoPro, or driving over it with a fucking tank, and unbelievable stupid shit that will never happen. Where JerryRigEverything is like, yeah, he may take it to 110, but it's still within the realm of possibilities. If you get what I'm saying here, like yes, he on purposely is going a little bit overboard, but you kind of need to go a little bit overboard to really see what they happen. You don't need to see a fucking phone being run over by a tank, or thrown into hot molding iron or something like that. And a lot of channels that did what he is doing now, they almost always end up going overboard. Let's put it in a fucking 10,000 ton pressing machine and see how long it lasts, or something. Like something stupid. Like, is it entertaining? Kinda. But you don't learn anything from it. At least with him, when he goes a little bit overboard, it's for the purpose of actually education. And he's a funny dude on top of it. But yeah. So there's a channel that will put anything in the press. what happens if I press a watermelon? What happens if I press a new phone? And it's kind of fun for like 2 or 3 videos, and then but a lot of people seem to like it, you know. Yeah, razor blade, X-Acto knives and stuff like that. Yeah. Like, it's not something normal people would sit and do, take like a diamond head and try to break a glass or a razor blade to the side of the aluminium. Nobody would really do that. But it's a good representation of what happens if your keys is close to it and stuff like that. Yeah, drop it in the ocean. Yeah, it's probably the closest of a good, you know, scenario I will agree with. Yeah. No, we can't get. I don't even think we can get deep rent in Denmark. I've never seen them at least. Maybe you can. I don't know. But yeah, I never come across anywhere where we can get deep rent in Denmark. And I don't want to import it. It's just going to take way too long and cost way too much money for what it is. It's mostly just the import time. So my laptop came from China. And it came within 5 days. That would be okay for me. But apparently, I was looking at it with UPS, and me and my buddy at work, we were like, what the fuck is going on here? So it moved to from one place to another place in China. Then it went to Korea. And it was in Korea for almost a day. Then it went to the Arabic nations of Dubai or something fucking stupid like that. For just like a layover, I think. And then it went to Germany. So in one day, it was in Korea, the Arabic nations, and Germany. And that was within like a 5-hour span, a 10-hour span. Because it was in China for a long time, just sitting there for like almost 2 days. And then it was in Korea for almost 20 hours or something like that. And it just like get catapulted to the Arabic nations or what it's called. And then it was there for like 2 or 3 hours and it went to Germany. And then it went from, it will take a week and a half to get it. First it said, oh, it's coming in 3 to 5 days. Then it's coming on this Wednesday this week. It was last Wednesday last week. And then when it was in Korea, it said, oh, so it's coming in 2 weeks' time. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Then it went to the Arabic nations and said, oh, no, it's coming Wednesday. The same week. And then it was like, oh, no, we don't know the delivering time of it. I'm like, what the fuck? Then it came to Germany, and it's like, oh, we're waiting to get a release from the toll. And then it got released like the next day, and it came to me the day after that. UPS is the worst fucking company on earth, man. Well, he's not making fun of Apple, he's being sarcastic. Yeah, I can get those in Denmark shipping, and I used quite a lot of their stuff. I like their stuff. Yeah, it's just weird from China, man. But luckily enough, I didn't have to pay any import taxes. All of that was fucking dealt with. I did, because that was I was like, oh my god, like, do I have to pay import taxes now? Because I bought it from the Novo Stains website. So they must have, everything must have been, they must have dealt with taxes and import taxes and all that fucking shit from their side, I guess. Why can't more company do that? It's probably a lot of work, I guess, or I would expect, but the consumer experience is just so much nicer. Because if I buy anything from outside the EU, I now have to think about import taxes, local taxes, and it just becomes a fucking nightmare. Yeah, you could probably be right. I have no, like, most people, this is like one of the bad things by living in EU. Most people in EU don't buy from outside the EU because it's just that big of a hassle. So let's say I buy something from the States, and I do all, pay the whatever taxes you guys have over there, and I buy it. Then I have to get it to Denmark somehow. And if the company that I buy it from don't ship internationally. I have to find a third-party courier on my own. Luckily enough, a lot of the big companies will still outside of the US. So I buy from them, and then I have to pay from the shipping from the US to the Danish border. And sometimes not. They will also make sure that when I paid my import taxes and local taxes on the item, it will then be transported by a like a local carrier in Denmark. But that's not a guarantee. Some do it, some don't. Most will, though. But yeah, a lot of times if you buy something from outside the EU, we don't know what the import. We can calculate it, but we don't get a bill of it until it is like. It's not like, let's say I'm buying a T-shirt from you in the States. Let's just pretend you're living in the States. I can't preemptively pay the import taxes unless you do the thing you were talking about, which most won't. So I'm paying the price for the T-shirt, and when it's in Denmark, I will get a separate bill that says, "Oh, you have to pay this for it to get released from the toll," or it will get released from the toll. I think it depends on what item it is and how expensive it is. Then it will be released from toll. I will get it, and then a week or a month later, I will get like a tax bill, a toll bill. That's how that's how it ended up. So mostly, most of the time, is that if I buy from you, I buy the T-shirt, it will come to Denmark, then like the Danish postal services or something like that will pick it up. They will send it to me, I will get it, and then like next week or a few days later, I will get like an import tax bill and stuff like that. But sometimes you have to pay that to get a release from the toll. I don't know why it is like that, but it's just weird. It's just weird that it is like that. Well, it's true, Apple is a little bit behind with their stuff, though. Holy shit! $70 in customs. Oh god. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's holy shit. Wow. Yeah, Apple can never do anything right in people's eyes. There has to be a better way. So there's a Danish company in the States that will help you with that. Like if you live in Denmark, maybe not in Canada. So if I shop in the States, they will be the middleman. So I will send it to them, and they will package it and pay all the fees and tolls and all that fucking shit. And then I pay them for their services and what, the toll and customs would be and stuff like that. But you have to pay them, like, I think it's not too expensive. But if it, like, let's say you buy a $5 thing, it will not make any sense. But if you're buying like $200, $300 worth of things, it starts to kind of make sense. Or let's say like you and your family are buying a lot of shit from the States, it starts to make more sense. I can't remember what that company is called now, but I was looking into, because there was a lot of things that even if I did that, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, freight forward services. Yeah, because there was a lot of things I was looking into, and if I bought like a lot of things at once, I could actually save money doing it, buying it in the States, and then, you know. Yeah, and it's because of the OS, but yeah, I get it. It's technically not, you know. Yeah, no one noticed. Yeah, I know about them. No, my Mac Mini is my secondary machine now. I think if you really want that nasal kind of thing, or anything from Denmark, it's a little bit like if I had someone I really trusted in the state, I would buy it and get it sent to them, and then have them send it to me as something different. So let's say let's say I buy that nasal shit in Denmark, or whatever it is. No, I can't remember what it is right now. I could send it as a gift to you in Canada, because there's different rules for gifts versus other things. But a gift can also not be. It has to be under a certain size and weight. But if it's not a big thing, because we used to do this a lot with, around when we were sending money outside and stuff like that. If you get what I'm coming at here, like to family friends that was living in other countries. If you send it as a gift, they can't open it because they can't repackaging it. But if you get caught, so let's say I send you a gift and that nasal shit, I say, oh, it's a bag of candy, for example, or it's like a get well card. If it's slim enough that they can't see that it's a card, it will get scanned and stuff like that. And if it's close to what they think is that you described that's in it, they don't want to do anything about it. They don't open it. But if you say that you are sending a postcard and you know it looks like a deck of cards, or it looks like a graphic card or something like that, they will open it because it's definitely not a fucking get well card. But if you're if you type like, oh, this is a gift of an electronic component, we could get away with it, if you get what I'm saying here. But if you get caught, there is a massive fine, though. Like, the fine is actually bigger than just doing it the right way, of course. But getting caught, it all depends on how good you are at packaging shit. So what we would do is use aluminum foil to hide, you know, so we take the package, and then you would put aluminum foil around, because then it's harder to, or at least it used to be harder to detect what's inside it. Nowadays, I think it's more easier. But you could put stuff around it, so, you know, the X-ray, what the fuck they're using, is just showing a black box. And you could just say, oh, this is a black shoebox or something like that. An empty shoebox, or a shoebox with family pictures. And, oh yeah, it's the size of a shoebox, it looks like a shoebox. You get what I'm coming at here. We used to be able to do that when we were sending stuff to other countries, but of course the technology has gotten better over time. I don't think that... Well, I also think the way that the X-ray nowadays has gotten so sophisticated that it's super difficult to do stuff like that. Yeah, that's another thing, Bob. Funny enough, we used to do that when I was a mechanic. So, if you bought a car, let's say the information system, so the stereo, the navigation system, we put that in at the dealership. Because if it got put into the car and sold or transported from, in this case it was Sweden, to Denmark, there would be a higher import tax than if they sent the car and the information system on its own. Because the way that they do import taxes, apparently, if it's in the car, it's the value of the car it's being taxed as. I think that was the thing where if it was sent on its own, it's the value of the thing. So for the information, and it was expensive cars and also expensive information systems, but you could save like probably hundreds of dollars by doing that. So a lot of times it's actually cheaper to send it in somewhat parts and then assemble it in country because of tariffs and customs and all that fucking shit. So there's a lot of people doing that. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to wrap it in something that will make it not too suspicious when they look at it. Yeah. Go do your thing, Obsidian. But yeah, I remember I spent so much time installing surround systems and navigation system in cars because it was just like the upgrade would be twice the amount of money if the car was shipped with it from the factory. They would pay twice the amount of money almost for getting that information system or stereo system or navigation system. So instead of being $100, it would be like $250 or something like that if it was shipped with the car. Super fucking weird. So they saved a lot of money by us putting it in for them. Even though it was built with the car at the factory. They just didn't install it. It was just sent in a separate package, basically. It's super weird how all of that shit is handling. I do believe that there should just be a flat rate for everything. Just flat import taxes. Just like 20%. That's it. It's easy to, But then, Asia will outcompete us because they can do shit cheaper than we can and la 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 and all that fucking shit. I do get it, but it's just, it's a fucking mess, dude. It's a mess. Everyday tacticals. What the fuck? Law enforcement and armed forces. What the fuck? At ease? I have no idea who the fuck are you guys? At ease shop? Where the fuck have you found my email? It's probably one of those places I've been sub to that, or not sub to, but logged into that sells your fucking email address. Yeah, 10% was good enough for Jesus, yeah. So I think what's going to happen with Trump being all fucking tariff happy and stuff like that is what's happening when Brexit happened. So when Brexit happened, that meant that EU, like people in EU, had to pay import taxes from things from Britain now. A good deal of companies did that for you, so you didn't notice anything. Their items just got a little bit more expensive, but you didn't have to deal with it. But what is happening now is, and Britain found that out, and that's why they are in a lot of trouble at the moment, is that, or they're trying to go back on a lot of those, they want a lot of those benefits back, is that we just stop buying from them. So, what you normally would buy from Britain, you just bought somewhere else, because it was cheaper. Now things that used to be cheaper in England, or in Britain, became more expensive. What do customers do? It became more expensive, and it became more of a hassle. What did they do? They bought from somewhere else. So they lost a lot of European buying power, or buyers, customers. And if Trump is going to be an idiot, and want to make it more expensive for either us to sell to him or buy to him, we're just buying from someone else. It's that fucking easy. Like, that's the market. If you get too expensive or too big of a problem, we buy somewhere else. Why? Like, technically, everyone in Denmark and in EU should buy all the fucking crazy shit from AliExpress or China, but it's just too much hassle to do it, even though it's cheaper. So we buy from somewhere else. Like there's a fine line that it's either people buy from where it's cheaper or more convenient. Because if the more convenient place is not 5 times more expensive, people are willing to pay a lot more for convenience. There's a lot of people that are willing to pay 10, 15, 50% more if they can get it tomorrow versus in 3 weeks. Because they don't need it in 3 weeks. They need it today, tomorrow, you know, or in a short period of time. And that's what's going to happen, you know. Yeah, price convenience ratio, yeah. And that's what we did with Brexit. I used to buy a lot from England. I never bought anything from England after Brexit. Even though some of the companies I bought from would handle all of that shit for you. But now, because it's outside of EU, there's more scrutiny when it's coming into EU. They have to check it more. Because they don't know if they're following the EU regulations. Like it or not, the world is easier and better when people are actually cooperating with each other. I know it sounds weird, it sounds bad, it sounds scary, but if everyone agrees and can work together, it is better for everyone than if everyone is doing their own thing and trying to isolate themselves from anyone else. Exactly, the convenience store a lot of times is more expensive, but they do get a lot of... Well, their main customer is the mom and dad or teenager that at 1 o'clock in the morning want a slushie or need diapers or toothbrushes or, you know, like a pass-through that forgot their fucking deodorant or something like that, and they have a meeting in 2 hours. They just need to go to the fucking hotel and get some sleep. That's who they live off. Exactly. And I think we are starting to get into a mindset in the political spectrum where it's all about us. You know, me. And Trump may think that isolating or whoever does it, like Brexit, it will strengthen the nation. Look at how bad Brexit was. Like, it was uncategorically bad. Everyone that or not everyone, and most people that was for Brexit now fucking damn it to hell and back. They also got misleaded and lied to by the government. Let's not forget about that. But I'm sure that a lot of people, if Trump goes too nuts with all of that isolation, especially when we're talking trade, it's going to hurt a lot of the wrong people. It will benefit in the short term, but in the long term, it will going to be just a bad thing. You know. The thing with Brexit was that the government knew what was going to happen because they have done the math, but they have committed to it. So they didn't want to tell the people what really was going to happen. Like that's like the really short, condensed version of it. They basically knew that it would be a negative for Britain, and things would get more expensive. They would lose a lot of trade with the EU. They knew that almost not at the beginning, but a good way into it. But because they want to get power and stay in government and all that fucking shit, they didn't want to lose their voters' trust and all that fucking bullshit. They just went with it. And then afterwards, they came out and said, yeah, we didn't knew that, we didn't tell you everything. So they admitted a lot of things to the British, what are they called, citizens, That they just didn't told them a lot of things. That if they knew that, they would actually vote against Brexit. And that's why most people that voted for Brexit back then are now anti-Brexit, because now they know the truth. It got out quite fast after it. And a lot of them said that the only reason why they voted for Brexit was because they didn't knew those things. And why did the government do that? Again, it's because the people in power want to stay in power. You know. You never trust the government. Never trust any... Like, here's the thing. Never trust anyone in power to have your best interest at heart. If your best interest aligns with their best interest, yep, it will. But it's not even hindsight 2020, because I think it was midway into the whole debate of leaving Brexit. They had the right numbers. They understood that this is going to happen if we leave EU. They knew, like with a really, really high possibility of accuracy, that what happened was going to happen. They knew it, but they purposely lied to the people to stay in power and not lose faith and stuff like that. They of course didn't know, like they couldn't pinpoint say it is going to be exactly this bad, but they knew that it's not going to be as good as they thought it would, and they knew that it's going to be super bad for Britain in the long run. They knew that like 50% into the whole debate or something like that. And that came out later on that they knew that, and that they had withheld it. There was, of course, someone that did knew, but the vast majority of politicians that was for Brexit knew that the outcome of it is exactly what happened today. And they will play stupid. They will play like, oh, I don't know. It's in paper. It's in memos. It was a really big fucking scandal. People went really weird about that in EU and all over the place. Because remember, we got a lot of fucking shit from Britain. Like, we got a lot of, like, well, anything from fucking food to, you know, produce, which is food, clothes, electronics. Like, we got a lot from fucking Britain in EU. Like, a lot. That went all to Germany, France, Italy, and stuff like that. And they knew that. The British government knew that would happen. Because the EU told them so. You know, they said, like, if you're leaving us, we will not do business with you. Or at least not that much business with you. And then they thought that, oh, yeah, we can get the same benefits. Or because we are leaving, they will then, you know, be more lenient and pay more for British produce and British products. No, they won't. Not if Germany can make it and make it better. You know, not if I can get a better and cheaper product from my fucking neighbors. I'm not going to pay for you anymore. You know, but they thought that because they went out of the EU, they will have like we can renegotiate, you know, the deals and we get more money from EU. No, they just said fuck you, and they told them that they would say fuck you. But they were so stupid, a lot of them, that they didn't listen to them, and they were like, well, we can negotiate. Said, no, you can't. Like, no, we don't. Like, you don't want to be part of this group anymore. Then fuck you. I don't know how stupid you can be, but yeah. But they didn't say that to most of them didn't say it, or to their constituent or their voters, because that will basically mean that they will then vote against it. And I'm not... was it like 6 months after Brexit or something like that? They did a new poll. And like most of the people that were for Brexit was now against Brexit. Like within like 6 months or a year. That's a fucking fast turnover. And that was because a lot of those things came out. Like I'm not like 100% sure on everything, because it's a good amount of time since that happened. But it was so bad that everyone in EU talked about it. Like Denmark talked about it, Germany talked about it, you know. Was Poland part of the EU back then? I don't know. Like, all countries in the EU talked about it. Because we were some not dependent on the EU or Britain, but we got a lot of shit from them. But that just meant that shit we got from them, we got from someone else that was inside EU. And that meant that other countries got those money and got more money than they used to. And I think that, I could again be super mistaken here, but I think Germany took most of Britain's industry. Now I'm thinking about. I went away to have something to use. Oh no! I hope you got something good to eat. I'm good. You're just talking about Brexit, or I'm ranting a little bit about Brexit now. How stupid it was. I just wish it was Friday now, man. Oh, by the way, it didn't cost EU a lot of money. It cost it cost Britain a shit ton of money. Well, in the beginning, again, don't take me 100% for my word here, but they felt that the EU was starting to mingle too much into Britain, politics and stuff like that. And they also felt that EU has given them the short stick when it came to agreements, money, trade agreements, money being given back to the British Empire culture, whatever the fuck you would call it. Like, they basically felt that they would not be treated the way they should be treated. You could probably say pride paid into that. They think they are worth, or thought they were worth more than they actually was. And therefore they thought that, and they also thought that EU was more dependent on Britain than they are. So they thought that, okay, if we leave, we can be more independent, and we can get more money out of EU. So we can be negotiating the trade agreements that will favor Britain more. None of that happened. The only thing that happened is that EU is not mingling in politics over there anymore. But all the other things didn't happen. And most of the EU population didn't mind that much. And here's the thing. The middling in local politics was about trading. You have to uphold a certain standard of your products. They have to be labeled in a certain way. And, it was not like they were going in and talking about how Josephine's school tuition has to be paid or not paid and stuff like that, or what is being taught in the local fucking church or school. It mostly only had something to do with trading. Trading agreements and stuff like that. So it's not like they were like fucking around too much with local politics. So the politics side of it, or the politics meddling, most people didn't have a big problem with. It did mean that some producers have to do some extra stuff to uphold, EU law or conform to regulations. But it was still not as bad as it would be if they were not in EU. Because if you are selling to EU, you still have to uphold those fucking regulations if you're exporting. Like Ham Radio was saying. Well, Trump do have a better argument. Because there's a lot of things that the state provides the world you can't get anywhere else. Most of the things Britain support or supplied EU, like I said, we just got it from Germany or some other fucking country. They didn't have anything that was super exclusive to Britain. But Britain thought they had. So Trump has a better, he has a, also it's a way bigger fucking country with more people, of course. But he does have a bigger, or better argument. But then again, just like with Brexit, some other country can just take up the slack and they will get all that money that then the US will be losing, if that's the case. Because I don't think they are producing anything that can't be reproduced. It's just like they're the only one doing it, because why the fuck should you try and do it when they are doing it already? And it's not that big of a hassle to deal with, you know. Well, cars is not a problem because most of the cars we have in EU, besides Ford, are non-American cars. And Trump even fucking bitched and moaned about it. You don't buy our cars. Yeah, like, have you driven in the EU? Have you driven in the EU? Your big fucking super hungry American cars could not even be on most of our roads. They would take out all the road, man. Like, come on. And we do buy American cars. Ford is the most sold brand in the EU. But not their fucking big, heavy, wide-ass fucking decompensating fucking muscle cars. Like there's a lot of things he's smart at, but there's also a lot of things he's super stupid at. And he has the same arrogancy that Brexit had. The asylum seekers was part of it, but not the biggest one. Yeah, a lot of people buy Teslas. Yeah. But Tesla is not a big car. You know. It's not wide. It is heavy, but it's not like a wide, big car. We do have there's a guy here. He drives is it a Chevy? One of the big Chevy pickup trucks, and there's another one that has like a Raptor, a Ford Raptor, and they have problems. You know, they look amazing. I kind of want one of them, but I would not drive in the middle of town with them. That's for sure, because I could not get around the fucking city then. I don't know. I've seen it like 2 or 3 times. He don't drive in it that much, but he do drive the Raptor quite a lot. But the Raptor's not too big though. A Dodge Ram, I've seen that here also. Yeah, that's a fucking huge car. Yeah, but it's just we just don't have the fucking room. You know, like our parking spaces are small. You know, they're not built for like fucking cars that's the size of a mini house. We don't have the same amount of room that you have over there. That's also why, if you look at like trucks, you know, semis, EU versus the States, most of ours is like cab overs because we don't have that much room. You can't have like, even though it's better to have the engine in front and all that fucking shit, and you have like a massive fucking living space. If you look at like a long lorry, like long road lorry driver, they almost have no fucking room. You know. So if that's how our trucks is, do you think we have room for a fucking car that's almost as big or bigger? Oh. Yeah, they for someone not growing up with them, they are weird. Yeah, and there's a YouTube channel where you see like is it a Czech or Romanian, or it could even be a Polish fucking truck driver, where you follow his day in a day in his life. That has one of those cab overs, and then when I look at some American trucker do their day in a life in a truck driver, like a long trip truck driver or multi-state truck driver. It's a fucking almost a living room they have behind them. That most truck drivers in the States, like living quarters, is the size of a decent truck in the EU with living quarters. You know, it's the whole fucking machine. It's the engine, the cab over, and the living space could fit inside like in the back of a Peterbilt or something like that, where they have the living quarters. And it's just because we have so many small streets, you know. Yeah, we could not have that in one of ours. At least not if you're going into a lot of cities and stuff like that. Oh, do you do DAF? I hear DAF trucks is quite nice. I've never really seen any of them. Well, I've seen them, but never been near one of them. I've been near a lot of Scanias and Volvos and stuff like that. Yeah, it's not fun to walk in the States. Sure. Yeah, DAF, however the fuck you pronounce it. I don't know if it is anymore, but it used to be recognized as one of like the better truck companies. So like Volvo, Scania, and DAF was like, those are like the top 3 quality and like high-end trucks. And then you had like Renault and Iveco and stuff like that. And all the other like weird fucking names I can't remember right now. But yeah, DAF or DAF and Volvo and Scania is like, at least here in Scandinavia, it's like renowned for being like, if you want the best of the best, you buy one of those 3. Volvo always have the one with the most horsepower. Scania's always been the most like more like fun, faster ones. And DAF was just quality. Well, not everyone has their, you know, I know Volvo has had some problems back in the day with their back axle or something like that. Yeah. Well, a lot of cars do run Linux on their car OS, the embedded OS. Well, more horsepower. You also have to remember there's a massive difference between European horsepower and American horsepower. Because over here, when we get the more horsepower we get, the more torque we get, the more high-end sustainability we get most of the time. And more speed. American horsepower is almost like it's gobble up a lot of fucking fuel and there's a lot of them, but they don't do much with them. They need like 200 horsepower just to get the starter engine to go. No. It was in a semi-commercial for Volvo. I do like Volvo. Volvo and Scania, my two, like, I like them a lot. I never really liked, so to me, I like the look of DAF from the outside. But when I get into them, I feel like I'm fucking, it's like a kid toy I'm playing with. You know what I'm getting at here. And the North American Volvos are not, I don't like them that much, no. But I do like them, but it's not my favorites. If I was in the state, I probably would have like a, I don't know, maybe Peterbilt, Kenwood kind of thing. Maybe a Mark truck. I heard they've gone downhill lately, though. Tested one's Linux. Yeah. It would not surprise me if they did. But yeah, I never liked DAF from the inside when I look at them. Yeah, firefight, a freight liner, that's it. I see a lot of, I see that being a lot of entry level kind of, not entry level people. It's being used a lot for its, you know, it's not that expensive and stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's right. They've built the engines for Peter. Yeah, that's what I heard, Lama, that the newer Macs are like not that good. Yeah, I think like from what I hear, yeah, Kenworth would probably also be the one. That it seems like it's like the like the good living quarters, good quality, rideability. Oh, it's just like a fucking well-built quality truck. But yeah, I don't know. Like I do play a lot of them. I used to play a lot of American Truck Simulator. I need to go back to that. Yeah, a good bang per buck. Yeah. Yeah, true, George. It's part Paca? Really? Oh yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, I think yeah. I think now you're saying it, it rings a bell. Like I used to want to be a semi mechanic back in my youth. But then I became a car mechanic instead because I didn't want to only work on diesel engines. I want to work on both diesel and petrol engines. But I do like trucks because they're so fucking big. Big engines, big noises, big machines. And then you got like a truck license and you could earn money by driving trucks in your spare time. So kinda. Yeah, Peterbilt is recognized as being, like I said, like they have a good reputation, but I do hear some people say that they're a little bit overhyped. Oh, I used to do some CNC machining back in the day for a short while. I've worked with people that did laser cutting, but I never like fucked with it on my own. Need my cholesterol pills now. Apparently that's the new thing, that you have just a tight little fucking big... well, mine is quite high, but... Denmark is becoming America. They put pills on you left, right, and center. And if you don't take them, they keep pestering you forever and ever and ever until you take them. One of my old friends became a CNC machine. Like 5 or 6 years ago. It was before the corona, I think. But if I should be a truck driver, it has to be the fucking American trucks, man. I don't think I could live in that small of a room we get in the European ones. Like, I want space, Yeah, plasma cutters. I remember those. There's a lot of fucking people using those in many years. Look at how fucking... this is what I was talking... or I want to look into. Look how fucking, like... Look how little that are happening in Linux. Like... It's almost died out. This used to be super active in here. Like, there used to be new releases and news left, right, and center. And if you look now, it's like almost nothing is happening. Wait, the Linux Link Tech Show, oh, yeah, that's still around? Holy crap. Oh, Destination Linux. Ooh. This Week in Linux. Linux Out Loud. Remember that one? Oh my god, I used to listen to these people all the fucking time. Holy crap. He used to have a YouTube channel. He was quite... He was... I think he was the guy that... He would make a podcast or talk about Linux on his way to work. And then upload it. Either to a podcast or on YouTube. These up here I used to watch or listen to. This is like the original host, yeah. There's some funny dudes, man. Yeah, in 2000, they're so fucking old. Where have we been? Get the t-shirt. I think this is probably the longest running Linux podcast ever, to be honest. Yeah, a lot of Linux. Yeah. Yep. Oh, it's not existing yet. Yeah, it's not around anymore. Well, I don't. I think it's just a habit thing, you know. I honestly don't miss Linux either, to be honest. Yeah, when the weirdest guy was Stallman, yeah. So I do miss these, like I miss not the early, but I miss like the pre-YouTube fame Linux, if that's a thing. Like the days before where Linux YouTubers barely had like 10,000 subscribers or something like that. Because it was the people that did Linux, they were not that preachy, if that's a word or a thing. Like, yes, they will shit on proprietary software, they will shit on Windows, but it's not like the DistroTube and Luke Smith kind of fucking level, you know. It's not the Chris Titus Tech level, even though he's gotten better lately, but it's not like, you know, it was never to that fucking level where if you're on the right side of history and all of that fucking bullshit, like you were fucking choosing between the devil and God himself. It was never to that fucking degree. No. Windows Update, like, ever since like a year or two into Windows 10, yeah, I would say in the first 2 years of Windows 10, I would say Windows updates was weird and unbroken and intrusive. Ever since they fixed it in Windows 10, and ever since then, Windows Update is a non-concern. Yeah, if it will install itself, because you need them. It's for security reasons, a lot of them. You get security updates with Windows updates. That's why they install them fucking self. And what I do see with Windows, or where Windows updates become the problem for people, and I have this at work also, is that they would be like, oh, this is not working anymore. And I'm like, what's not working? X, Y, and Z. It can be anything from printers to whatever the fuck it is. And I'm like, what's going on? And then I look like, oh, you have a pending update. Have you rebooted your computer? No. How long has it been there? A week? A month? Try and reboot your computer, because you may be running new hardware on old config file, or old config file on new hardware, or new software, sorry. They reboot the computer and nothing is a problem anymore. Everything's just fixed itself. The biggest issue I see is people, they are like, oh, I don't need to reboot because I got an update. No, Windows don't force you to reboot anymore. But you should reboot as soon as you can. The same with Linux. If you install or update anything on Linux, you should reboot as soon as possible. If it's an update, by the way. Because you could be going into a scenario where you run old software with new config files, or new config files with old software that can give you a problem in the long run. Like, does it matter if you wait for a day, a few days, maybe a week? Maybe not. Maybe not. But the longer you wait with a pending reboot, the dicey it's going to get. And this is on all systems. Mac, We had one using Mac OS. She couldn't print for some fucking reason. And she didn't want to reboot her computer. And I tried all kind of crazy. We tried all kind of crazy, uninstalling it, installing it again, and blah blah. Oh, she didn't want to install the update. There it was. We did reboot and stuff like that. Nothing worked until she installed the update. She installed the update and everything worked again. Surprise! You know. Yeah, people were more smart because you had to be more smart back then to use Linux. Linux today is so easy that it has allowed a lot of pseudo smart tech people to get into it, and now they think that they are the bee's knees. Oh yeah. Let me boot it. Let's do Arch Linux update. And then bitching and moaning about Windows updating all the time. Like, I'm not joking here. Maybe not Ubuntu or an LTS release or a Debian release, but most other Linux distributions give me more updates in a week than Windows does. You know. Oh yeah, Arch update, yeah. I do like updating software also. I find it therapeutic. It's kind of like, you know, you get into like you see something, you see it download, you see it updating. It's kind of like a ritual, if that makes sense. You know, it's a ritual you get. Linux is easy. Linux is no more harder than any other operating system. If you're talking about Linux as like all distributions and stuff like that, there are plenty of distributions out there that are so much even easier to run, install, and maintain than Windows is. Like there are plenty of distributions that can do all of that. That can be an OS better and easier than Windows for newcom. Like there are distributions where you can live your life without even knowing what a terminal is, if you're just a normal everyday user. It's just that when people talk about Linux, they think Gen 2 Linux from scratch and Arch Linux, because you are not a real Linux user or a real alpha user if you're not running Arch Linux or Gen 2 or Linux from scratch, which the vast majority of people are not doing. And if they are running Arch Linux, they are running some super watered down, easy to consume and run and maintain Endeavor OS or Easy Archer or whatever. Yeah, if you want to know Linux hard, run Slackware when Slackware did not have a package manager. That was hard. Run Linux where if there was a new graphic card driver update, you manually had to download it and compile it from source. That was hard. When you actually have to probe your system and pray to whatever deity or god or goddess or hell you believed in, that there would be, if you were lucky, a deb or RPM package, but mostly it would just be a source file. You had to, again, uncompress, compile, mod into the kernel, and reboot. That was hard. And no GitHub. You did everything on your own. Nowadays, Linux is just, it's for script kiddies. Linux today is what, you know, oh, I'm a hacker, I DDoS attack this person. So you paid a service to DDoS someone and you call yourself a hacker. Or you made a script to call a free DDoSing service that are targeting an IP address. So you basically just this like target this IP address in a script, use this service, and you're like a fucking full-blown hacker. This is what Linux is nowadays. And that's why we get Chris Titus Text. That's why we get DistroTubes. We get these people that are more politically driven than they are smart about the technology that they're using. If that makes sense. They're just using a technology that most people don't need or don't want, sorry. So therefore they get a superiority complex over it and think they're smarter than they are because they're being told by the average person that they are smarter because they don't know what Linux is or don't or think Linux is this hard thing. And then on top of their insecurities and that they think that they are like the savior of humanity kind of complex, they go into like the speed of being on the right side of history and all that fucking crazy. You know, oh yeah, tape, yeah, that was fun back when you had to do that shit. Yeah, nobody knows the pain until you have to fucking timestamp hunt on a tape machine. Them were the good days, man. Here's another thing. People say Linux is hard. You have to remember one thing, and this is what a lot of people forget, is that all of those hard things, people like me did when we were like 12, 10 years old. We were not in our 30s when we did this shit. I'm tired of debating a 40, 30, 25-year-old about how advanced and how, or not advanced, but how difficult Linux is, and they don't even know how to fucking compile a source code file. And me and other people did that shit when we were not even fucking teenagers yet. And you're sitting here in your fucking adulthood and complaining about how difficult it is. I'm like, what? And we had no internet. Almost no internet. We had to fucking learn it on our own. You can just ask fucking Bing or Copilot or whatever how to do it for you. Try installing Arch Linux, where the only thing you could do online, because you only had one computer, and that computer had to have Arch Linux on it, so you downloaded and printed out the fucking Arch Linux installing instructions in paper form. And then you wiped your only computer you have, so you have no internet until you figured out how to fucking install Arch Linux. Yeah, I will agree, that would be difficult. But nowadays, I don't know what this command means. Let me take my phone out and, or let me ask ChatGPT or let me take a screenshot and go on to Reddit and get them to help me. Don't fucking, like, I wish I could do all of, like, I would be making Linux distribution at 12 years old if I had the internet back then. Linux today, like, I'm not even joking, it's so fucking easy that it's more easy. In some instances, it's either as easy as macOS or at least more easy than Windows. In a lot of fucking instances. That don't mean you can't do advanced shit in Linux. You can, but most people don't. Ask how many Linux users that you know that, let's say, at least 5 times a month go out on the internet to find a tarball or source file and compile it and run that software. Ask how many people do that up to at least minimum of 5 times, 1 times a month. And hey, the AUR don't count. The AUR don't count. And you will basically, nobody's going to say they're doing that. Because you don't have to. Like, why should they? But that's how you learn your fucking shit, you know. Yeah, Steve Jobs was really good at understanding how to bridge nerds with consumers, yeah. Yep, you're right, Don. They are really good at convincing themselves because they get a lot of views and positive feedback, and therefore they think that they actually are smarter than they are. But you also have to remember, it don't take much knowledge to know more about computer than the average person. Because the average person don't know much or anything about IT and computers. So to the average person, you are a smart person. You know. You used to print out the Arch installer, so you printed out the source code for the Arch installer. That's impressive. That must have taken a lot of paper. But even if the computer are the latest and greatest, it's easy to install Linux, easier than Windows. It's just that you may get into some issues with, compatibility of hardware. And there you may have to do a little bit more to get that to work, but it's still not super difficult. Like, it's not massively fucking difficult. Let me put it this way, most Linux users, well, point in case, DistroTube could not even install fucking BSD, like free BSD. Most Linux users could not get around any BSD for more than 5 minutes. It would get too frustrated for them. And free BSD is not complicated. It's like Arch Linux, more or less. It's just like, another idea of how to do Unix kind of thing. Like, free BSD is not super difficult. It's just more involved. But I'm just fed up with this, like, we're so smart, we can install Linux, yay. Oh my god, yeah, the good old floppy disk days with Slackware, holy shit. Yeah. And then you had to set up X. You were like, yay, I've installed Slackware. Oh, where's my UI? How do I connect to the internet? I don't even have a UI. It's like, shit, I'm fucked. Okay. At least I think it will tell you how to do it in like a prompt, like if you wanted X, run this command or something. I think they did that at some point. I don't know if they're still doing that. Yeah, BSD is quite... Yeah, BSD is like Linux a decade or so ago, yeah. Yeah, we didn't boot up, yeah, because we had some fucking obscure hardware in there that for some reason fucked up the bootloader. But then when you get Slackware up and running, it was fast as balls, man. Well, also live mode is a weird thing. Like, I've had a lot of instances where it worked in live mode, but when I installed it, it did not work. That's happened more than I would like to admit with Linux. What was it like? Was it like Office or something like that that took like 100 diskettes? I remember I was helping the IT guy at school at lunch break at one point, or recess. And he was just sitting there putting discs in, and he was just like super fucking tired. And I'm like, can I help? Because I didn't want to talk to him. I just want to do something than just school thingy. He was like, yeah, when it say put in on the next disc, just take this one, put it in, and take the one that's in there and put it in that pile. And for 30 minutes, I just sat there like every 5 minutes I put a new disc in. Yeah, it was super fucking irritating, man. And then I got thrown out from class. And I did it on purpose, of course. I got thrown out from class and I went back to him. He was in the library. I was like, do you still need help? Are you not in class? I got thrown out. Yeah, just do the same shit. So I sit for 45 minutes and just disc. Yeah. Yeah, I also have installed OS2 Warp. I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, I know about the Soviet Union BSD, yeah. Yeah, man. Microsoft Office from diskettes was fucking weird, man. That was fucking weird. Oh, I loved OS2 Warp, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Then you were sitting and looking at a process bar and it didn't move for 2 minutes. You were like, okay, I hear the... But is it really doing anything or is it just acting up? Because it would make noises but not do anything. So you'd be sitting there and be like, do I have to restart the next, or have to redo the next 50 fucking diskettes because this may have a bad sector or something like that? Because you couldn't just, you know, pause it. You have to do all of it all over again. Yeah, then you're just like, oh my god, do something. Okay, the hard disk is blinking. The hard disk is blinking. That's good. I think that's good. I think it moved. No, it did not move. Okay, more now noises. More blinking hard disk indicator. I think we... Oh, I heard the hard disk making noises. Oh god, it moved. And then you were like, yay. And then like after 5 other diskettes, it's like, oh shit. Is it stopped again? And then like an hour into it or something like that, you were done. It's just like, what the fuck? Yeah, OS 2. Well, Microsoft did a lot of development for OS 2, so yeah. Yeah, Linux is just weird, man. It's... Linux is like that new hot girl that comes into class that you don't know why she moved from another school, but she's attractive, she's open, she's willing, she's into you. And then the more you're with her, you realize, oh yeah, she's batshit fucking crazy. That's why she had to move school. And she's starting to act up and being an annoyance and nuisance left, right, and center once in a while. Oh, then she's good for like a week or a month. And then she starts to become batshit crazy again for like a few weeks or a few days. That's how Linux is for me. It's like, should I dip my dick in crazy? Yeah, I think I will dip my dick in crazy. Too much crazy from me. I'm going out of here. Too much instability. Too much random fucking bullshit. I'm getting out of here. Like, I'm not joking. macOS has been the most stable OS I have ever run the last fucking 20 years. I've had more crashes and reboots on Linux than on Windows the last 15 years. But Linux is still better, apparently. Like, Linux has been the most unstable OS I've ever run, at least the last 10 years. 15 may be stretching it. But ever since Windows 10, and now that I've tried macOS, I've never had a fucking hard lock on macOS in the year and a half-ish I've been using it right now. And I've been stressing the living shit out of my machines. I had them slow down a little bit because of RAM use, because I was trying to, you know, max out the RAM, but never hard lock on me. NAS is but attached with USB. So you use an USB and it becomes a NAS, or what you're thinking about? Oh, you mean storage units that you do with? Yeah, they are called SASs. It's some like it's something like this you need. Well, I can't fucking remember what they're called. A hard disk array, maybe? I think they're called SAS now, I'm thinking about. What are they called? They have a I can't remember it now. Yeah, take care, Lima. It's basically just like a big like box with a lot of hard disk in them that you just connect via USB to your computer. You can then set them up in RAID array and all of that fucking shit. Yeah, SAS is a connector. Yeah, you could be. I can't remember what the fuck they're calling them. I think they're just called array boxes. I don't know. Because this is a hard disk array. Yeah, this is a hard disk array. That's probably what they are called. Yeah, it's something like this here you need. And then you can put them into RAID and all that crazy shit. So you can set up a RAID array on them and stuff. So apparently they're just called hard disk arrays. Wait, if we go in here and we do... Can I change... Because this is in Danish, can I... change... Direct attached storage, so DAS, that's what they're called, DAS. Yeah, DAS. And you can also connect them if you have, so I have like a 1-bay NAS, so I can theoretically connect this to my 1-bay NAS. And then the NAS will see it, that is good, yeah. And then my NAS could see this as a hard drive array, and then I can, you can, what is it called? Make like a RAID array in them and stuff like that. Yeah, you can see all the things you can do with them. So this is where you set up, yeah, you can set up JBot, you can set up RAID 0, RAID 1 to 10, RAID 5. So it's done in hardware, I guess. Oh, Linux computers have some NAS expansions, yeah. But this means that if you want to work with them, they have to be connected to your computer all the time via a USB device. So you can't access them over the network. You may be able to if your network router has a USB connection. You may be able to do it. That's why I don't like these, is that you have to, Yeah, HP do make some good, like, hardware once in a while. That's why I like NASs more, though that you're not getting like 5 gigabytes of speed on most of them. Is that, this one here is only available to the computer that it's directly attached to. So unless this computer here is network sharing this here over the network, your laptop or your desktop can't access it. You then have to unplug it from this computer and plug it back into your desktop, and then you can use it. Again, unless this is being used as like a hub where this is network sharing this device. So basically you're turning the computer into a NAS that have like an external attached storage space to it, which in my opinion is a little bit of... So I just have one hard drive, so I cannot do much with it. So it's not even in RAID, you know. But I don't know. It depends. I don't know. I don't fucking know. 5 would probably be a good middle ground, I think. RAID 5 requires at least 3 drives to use, and party information systems around the drives providing optimized storage capacity. Yeah, I would probably say 5 is probably a good middle ground. But it depends on how important the data is. So if you're doing, you know, offline, online backup, local backup, offsite, I would probably do mirroring or something like that. Or go with like one that will say storage over redundancy. I may not even do RAID at all. If they do like every day they update or backup, offline backup, online backup, offline onsite, offline offsite. I don't think I'd probably do a RAID, but probably not either. Maybe like the lowest form of RAID, you know, the one maybe I can't remember if it's like RAID 2 or something like that, where you're only losing one drive out. Let's say out of 6, you're losing 1. I can't remember all the fucking specifications of RAID right now. But in that case, I would be using the one where redundancy is not that important for the RAID. But if you're not doing many backups, or you're only doing one like once a month or once a week, or I would probably go with the one that has the highest redundancy. But here's the thing, RAID is not a backup, but a lot of people use it as a backup. RAID is against hardware failure, or to prevent or mitigate hardware failure. But we have super good hardware nowadays. But there's also some hardware configuration, RAID configuration gives more speed, and it depends on what the fuck you're going for, to be honest. It really depends on what you're going for. Yeah, I will probably use this one here if they did a lot of backup and they bought like really good drives. Or maybe just RAID 0, because it will give you performance boost. Well, the only time other people can access my NAS is if they're on my local network. Seagates, no, not those, no. And you could also, if you really are paranoid, you can put your NAS into a local network that is not attached to the internet. Then all your computer can see it. So you can have like a local, you can have 2 Wi-Fi networks, or you can have 2 like LAN networks, and then you can have a bridge somewhere that connects those 2 with each other. Or you can say no, but that means that every time you want to connect to your NAS, you have to connect to the. Well, you could also do it some like with Wi-Fi, I guess. You know. Yeah, something like that, like a VLAN or like you segregate your networks, but you could also do it in software. So my split, I have a smart route or split, or what you would call it, where I can segregate the networks, which I actually have right now. I need to undo that because I'm not using it. But I used to have like my gaming console on a separate thing. So they all got the same internet connection, but my console don't know when it's on the network, don't know that my gaming computer exists, and the other way around. Because I've segregated the networks or the ports on the switch. But it was more just for testing purposes, but I don't really need that. So you could do the same, you get like a smart switch and then say like port 1 to let's say you get a 10, or not just a 5. So 1 to 3 would be just for the NAS or the NAS, and then 2 devices you can plug in. And then the other ones would be just, you know, their own little network. So 4 and 5 would be their own other network. And then all of those can get the same internet from your router, because the internet will be passed through all of them. But the computers that are connected to a NAS don't know that the 2 others exist on the network. If that makes sense. Because the switch are blocking them away from knowing that, even though it's still sharing the same Ethernet connection. So basically, 5 and 4 are allowed to connect and send and receive data from the internet, but not to the other ports on the router. I think that's what I have right now. It's like I have 3 normal and 2 segregated. I want to see how good it handled it. And then I stopped fucking around with it, because I don't have many physical... Let's see... Yeah, I only have 2 computers that are physical connected. Well, I have 2 devices that are physical connected with the cables. Well, 3. The NAS, my gaming computer, and my PlayStation. Everything else is running off Wi-Fi. My phone, my laptops, and I have 3 laptops. Yeah, everything else is running off Wi-Fi. But I never liked these solutions. The only time I see these being good is for, like, let's say, video editing. Or if you're doing like a cold backup, so you're backing up your system and then you're unplugging it, and then once a week you're plugging it back in and you're updating your system again. Or every day when you go home, you're updating it or something like that. So as a backup solution, if it's not something you need to access all the time, yeah. No, I don't fuck around with the firmware on route, because here's the thing, unless when it comes to like firmware and software on hardware devices, unless you know exactly what the fuck you were doing, it's super easy to fuck it up. Like, it still may work and you can do a lot of crazy shit, but you may be super vulnerable because you forgot to toggle something on and off, or configured a file and you just did that one thing. You forgot to put a semicolon somewhere, or a hashtag or something like that. You know, but if it's the same, like, do I fuck around with machine code? No. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I would not do it until I know exactly what I'm doing. Because at that point, you're at that low level, you can start to fuck things up. And that's like, unless it's kind of like that with a lot of things in computing. Not so much on the OS level. Well, kind of, if you think Linux. Because Linux it's so easy to go in and fuck with low-level stuff in Linux. And that's where I have my problem, is that a lot of people that think they know what they are doing, because they read a Reddit post or saw a command from a YouTuber, they now fuck around this config file. Like I said in many of my videos, and this is not just computing, IT, or software, but most of the problems I've ever seen with computing, mechanics, is user-induced. It's people that think they know what they are doing, fucking it up for themselves. And then they come to people like me to fix it for them. And then it's going to be more expensive and take more time than if they did it to begin with. But again, if you want to do it as a learning experience, that's great, but then have a separate computer that you don't give a fuck about if it goes tits up. Don't do it on your main rig. I've had weeks where I couldn't use my computer because I did that. I thought I knew what I was doing, and then oh, Explore? I don't need Explore.exe on Windows. Oh, that was the kernel. Hey. Now I have to learn how to install Windows. I have no idea how to do. How the fuck do we even get a version of Windows? Oh, we don't have the internet so we can download it. I have to now fucking find someone that knows someone that knows someone I can buy a Windows copy of. Yeah, don't fuck around with things if you're don't know what you're doing. Or at least do it in a virtual machine or something like that, where when things goes bad, it's not that fucking, important. So I do that now. If I'm testing something out in Windows or Linux, I will boot up a VM and try it in there first. What happens if I do this in this config file? Or what happens if I disable the X, Y, and Z services in Windows? And then I will see what happened in the virtual machine, and depending on what the outcome is, and if I'm satisfied with the outcome, I will then do it on my own machine or something like that. Yeah. Good old crypto miners, they are really fucking persistent motherfuckers. Yeah. Because how can I say, like, as smart as you think you are, the bad guys are smarter. They almost always ahead of you. So unless you know, like, you are fucking expert or somewhat decent at things, then, like, again, he could have done it with like a throwaway router and then put it on the network, fuck around with it. When he's done fucking around, plugging in the normal router again. Like have like a playground network set up or something like that that's not connected to the internet, or he has to physically plug in the Ethernet cable, Well, if you want to access the Minecraft server from the outside, you need to do some port forwarding, but it can be super sketchy sometimes, man. Yeah, it can be super sketchy, man. I never used QNAP before. I used Synology. I love Synology, or not love it, I like it. But it's also Debian based. I think these are also Debian based QNAP. But yeah, like, they use it at work. They used Synology at work, and I was like, oh, this is fucking amazing. It's another Chinese product though, but let the Chinese come, man. Yeah. So I work with a co-worker, of course, but that co-worker it was part of the education. They had to live in China for a while, and it's interesting to hear them talk, because it's not like a lot of the things we hear and see, that was definitely not what they were saying about China. But they could also have been getting special treatment and whatnot, but of course there was some weird things going on that it's like, yeah, that's a little bit strange and stuff, but it's not like, super fucking difficult or weird. So they use Debian for the OS, or for the underlying OS, and then BTFS as the file system, yeah. But you can also set it up for other file systems if you. But I just have the basic, because I just want to see if it was for me, but I just have the basic entry-level one disk station with a spinning hard drive in it. And it's not even a NAS hard drive, it's just a stock standard hard drive. And it is loud. I'm debating on, I really want like a 2 or 4 terabyte, because it's a 2 terabyte I have right now, and it's almost filled up. I have a lot of shit on it. And I'm really debating on getting a 2 or 4 terabyte NAS certified SSD, but they are a little bit expensive. They are tad expensive. But no more noises. No more fucking hard disk noises. I can't, like, I forgot how loud a spinning hard drive is. And I'm like, did we live with that for that fucking long? You know, like, I used to have like 3 to 5 fucking spinning hard drives in my rig all the time, and holy crap, they are loud. But again, when you get used to a noise, you kind of tune it out, I guess. I don't know. I do miss like the old hard drive sounds, like where you really could hear like the reading head and like. I do miss that a little bit. It was like, if you were in doubt if your computer were doing something, you just had to listen. You know, like it's just like, yeah, okay, it's doing something. Well, fan noise are not, depending on what fans you're getting and how you tune it, they can get super fucking quiet now. Yeah, I don't like loud computers anymore either. I don't. Ever since I got my first Mac Mini over a year ago, I can't stand fucking noisy computers. Like a laptop, like a laptop that's running hot, that's the loudest I want my computer to be. And I got my gaming rig to be like that and still be in decent temperature. So be under TJ Maxx and all that fucking shit. Without being louder than a running laptop. Where you can hear the fans running 100%. Because when you listen, when you run a Mac Mini or a MacBook for that matter, and you're editing and you have never heard or you don't hear a fan when you're editing, it's like, blissfulness. Yeah, Samsung Dex is like good, but Samsung Dex is getting they are stopped supporting it apparently. Oh yeah, those enterprise drive, yeah, they But if you want a lot of storage, you know, spinning hard drives are super inexpensive. I have like, what the fuck are they called? Was it Barracuda? Like the fast ones? I used to have those. Seagate's Barracudas. And then I used to have Western Digital's spinning hard drives also. So I got so what the fuck did I do? I played a game. Iron Wolf, I had that one also, yeah. I played, I think it was No Man's Sky. And I just maxed it out. I want to see how it ran with like maxed out fucking settings. And I was like, what is that, like, so, like, is there wind coming in my window or something like that? It was not obnoxiously loud, but I could hear the fan. yeah, especially if you're driving a EV. Yeah, the power button is fucking irritating, dude. But luckily enough, I have only used it like 2 times or something like that. Oh, I got a HDR screen and it works better on Windows than my Mac OS. sadly enough. It's not bad on Mac OS, it just seemed better on looks better. There's just more features of what you would call it on Windows. It's better. I did have to download like a HDR certification file for it though. With Mac OS, it just worked out of the box. Yeah, it's not like a big deal to be honest. But I don't, because my Mac Mini is so quiet and it almost takes no fucking power whatsoever, I just leave it running 24/7. DVD reader, oh my god, yeah, I remember back when, oh, DVD, man. I used to have so many fucking DVDs laying around. I would have like stacks underneath my screen and around my table. I have had no problem with Auto HDR in Windows. It seems to be working quite well. I could just be lucky, I don't know. I will say that, like, right now, looking at this screen here, it is a tad uncomfortable for my eyes, to be honest. If I'm looking directly at the screen, because HDR is enabled right now all the time. It's bright. Like, it's to the degree that it's uncomfortable. I don't know if I'm sold 100%. Like, yeah, I used to have all kind of pirate software also. Yeah, I think HDR in Linux is still, like, it's getting better, but it's still not all the way there. Like, I'm still a little bit on the fence because if you get a really, really, really good, like, calibrated SDR screen, you know, I'm not saying it's better because it's not, but I don't think you will miss the HDR. But it is nice having, don't get me wrong, like if you're playing games or watching movies and stuff, it's amazing. But I am debating on getting Windows to only enable HDR when I'm gaming and stuff like that. And then just running SD mode in normal Windows application mode. Yeah, I hear people on KDE has a way better experience, but that's probably because of the Qt library. Because the KDE has always been, well, KDE has always been more optimized, both RAM and CPU uses, because of the Qt libraries, and also because of the Qt libraries, they also have had a lot of more modern functionalities, either better or sooner than a lot of other technologies. But again, like, look at Windows and Mac OS, they've had HDR for over a decade now, I think it is. And Linux is just now starting to get it. Like, it should tell you something about what Linux is really about. It's not the fucking disk. I still don't know if I like the Zen browser, to be honest. I do know it's the latest and greatest fucking rate. Everyone is talking about it, but gaming, content creation, virtualization, and work. Luckily, I saved up for a decent ThinkPad for development that I'm using purely for development. But as I do test the programs that I make, I do test them on my gaming rig. Because, you know, just because it works on my laptop don't mean it will work on my, you know, on my other computers. And GNOME is weird because GNOME wants to be Mac OS. and enormous, like, it's just so stupid. They bitch and moan about Mac OS and Apple, and then they're trying to be exactly what the fuck they, at least like on the virtual aspect of it. And they spit and moan and piss and moan about Windows, and the programming language they have made called Vala is more or less just a modified version of C# that is a Microsoft technology. And they say that in their documentation that it's heavily, like most of the syntax, or a lot of the syntax, I can't remember the correct wording, but the syntax is alike or almost not identical, but a lot like C#. So I will bet Vala is more or less just a reskin C# technology. Like, for all the pitching and moaning Linux does and FOSS does towards proprietary companies, they do fucking steal a lot from them, though. Oh, sorry, borrow. Or making better. Yeah, GNOME is just weird. But Bocce is okay, I like, yeah. Yeah. Cosmic seems like a waste of fucking effort and time. Like, it seemed like they just wanted an excuse to do a Rust desktop. Or they really wanted GNOME to be Rust, so they just made it into ROM. I've seen a lot of some interviews where they say, oh, they want to make it more modular and stuff like that. Why not work with the GNOME people to make that happen then? It would probably save them a shit ton of development time. And they have access to the GNOME developers, so they have more developers work on the problem. I just wish that FOSS developers and Linux developers learn to work together to fix the problem, instead of thinking that everyone individually is the best person for the job and their idea is the only good idea. So therefore, instead of being 10 developers working on one solution, we are 10 developers trying to work on 10 solutions. And yes, we are sharing, but we are also fighting each other because all our individual 10 solutions are the best. There is so much wasted development going on in FOSS and Linux that it's not even fun. They need to fucking unite. You know? And then let the majority win. But with FOSS and Linux, it seems like, no, everyone should win. No, let the majority ideas win. Yeah, it's a community, but not a community. Yeah. Because if you don't like my idea, you're all fucking idiots, and I'm doing it on my own anyway, and then it's your fault if I don't succeed, and blah, 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 all that fucking shit. Yeah. The TPL is also one of the it's also a big problem for Linux and for FOSS, or the FOSS programs that use it, because it's actively making it harder to work with other licenses. I say it's Linux or FOSS and the TPL people are like, they're like the people in the playground nobody wants to play with. And then when people come and say, oh, we want to play with you, they want to dictate the rules. That's not how the world works. You don't dictate the rules when you have no power. You know, like, if nobody wants to play with you, and then like they're feeling pity on you or whatever, they're like, oh, come play with us. No, but we don't want to play it your way. We have to do it. You know what? Go back over to your corner, and you can just be there and mope by yourself. That's how I see the whole Linux FOSS GNU ecosystem. They love telling the world what to do and bitch and moan about lack of support and lack of this and lack of that, and then on top of it, they are super difficult to work with. So when people want to do something with them and reach a hand out, they start to dictate how they should do their fucking thing. Yeah, there's no prison like in Iceland, yeah. Yeah, it's just like, play along. It's the same, like, just take, like, live streamers and YouTubers. Why am I not popular? Why can't I get any subscribers? And blah, 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 blah. And then you look at their content. Well, you don't do anything people want to watch. And then you're bitching. And then when people want to watch you, you're bitching and moaning about, basically DSP, basically. That they're not supporting you enough. Or if people want to work with you, you're making it super difficult for them to work with you. You have to play the fucking game. And then, if you reach the top, you can change shit. Like that's like you don't start changing shit when you have no power, because nobody's going to take you seriously. Play the game, do the fucking thing, and then when you become the big one or you become on top, change it. Say, yes, this is how we did it before, this is what we needed to do to get here, now we can change shit. But it takes work, it takes dedication, it takes compromise, and all of those things are things that Linux people in general just can't fucking do. Because they think they're the smartest fucking developer or user of whatever bracket you would put them into that have ever and ever will exist on this fucking earth thingy. Oh, it is a religion for them. It's an identity. They have so little in their life that what OS they are using or a software license becomes the most important thing in their life. And becomes everything that they are about. Like, that must be a sad fucking life, man. Like, it's a little bit like piss off some other people. Like, if your pronouns is all your life, like, this is the most important thing in your life. Like, more important than kids, family, work, charities, whatever. It's the most important thing is how people addresses you. Like, that must be a really sad life. It should be part of your life, but should definitely not be the most important one. You know? Yeah, like social justice warriors and that bullshit. Yeah. They, thems and what they're calling it, you know, yeah. Like, of course, if that's part of your identity and how you feel, yeah, it's important, but it should not be the most important thing. Well, everything is a tribe, but here's the thing, most people online have no idea what they're talking about. That's why they're talking about it online and not educating, not making content about it. They are not building stuff, they are not working in the industry with the thing they're talking about. They are basically just what we used to call keyboard warriors. It's all or armchair quarterbacks, armchair psychologists, armchair whatever. It's all talk. Basically a Reddit user. You know, like your stock standard Reddit user. But yeah, it's a fun, like, I think Linux and FOSS is like the only place where it's this fucking, like, it's this potent, I think is the word I'm looking for. Where it's like the choice of an OS or a development philosophy has become so important that it's everything that they are about as a human. Like, I don't think that, like, even Mac users, which can be super fucking, you know, loyal and say and not safe, but defensive for the yeah, like vegans, yeah, like defensive towards the good old Apple, are that fucking crazy about a thing. Not even gamers are that fucking, and gamers is like not the fucking best community ever on earth, but they are not even that fucking batshit crazy about their favorite game or whatever the fuck, or console or whatever it is. Maybe is. I don't know. Well, so pronouns can be important because it kind of validates you as a person. So let's say you're insecure, or you've not been validated a lot as a kid and stuff like that, and you're like, I feel like a they, them, or something like that. It's such a small thing that to them, it's just, you know, it's not an identity crisis. It's like they just want to be validated for something. And that's fine. Just don't force it on people. That's where we go overboard. When you are forcing it on people. It's not that important. But I still feel that it's important enough that if you come up to me and say, I prefer to be called whatever the fuck you want to be called, I would be like, sure, I will call you that. But if I'm forced to do it, that's bullshit. That's where we go overboard. When you're forcing it. Because then you will get a lot of people that would do it for attention, for identity crisis, to use it as a power trip and stuff like that. But it's no different that my name is Kent, I want you to call me K. Or I want you to call me by my middle name. It's really not that fucking important. Like, when you think about it, who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a fuck if you're running Linux? Like, who gives a fuck if you want me to call it TNU Linux? I may do it to piss you off for content purposes, but if we were talking on the street, I would probably just call it TNU Linux to make you happy. It's not that fucking important. But when you're forcing people, now we're going from something that, well, I would like out of respect for me, that you will do it to, you have to do it because then all the political fucking bullshit gets into it. But then we have lost the plot, you know. Yeah, you want to do it out of the goodness of your heart, not because I have to. Yeah, because it's not that fucking important. Like, you don't die if I don't call you whatever the fuck you want to be called. I don't die, or the world don't fucking end if you don't call me K from now on. You know. It does make people less meaningless. Yeah, because you're becoming an irritation, and by you demanding that or highlighting that to a lot of people will make a lot of people not want to associate with you because it becomes socially taxing. That now I'm talking in general terms to the general people that are using general, you know, assignments and stuff like that fits the narrative, that fits the social construct, that fits the conversations we have had in society for hundreds of years. Oh, and now I have to use a totally different rulebook on you, a totally different rulebook on you, a totally different rulebook on you, and then you have like 10,000 rulebooks you have to follow. Nobody wants to be associated with those people. But again, if it's a one-on-one, or it's friends among friends, people of course respect that. Richard Stallman is a political person, yeah. Richard Stallman, Richard Stallman is a developer that wants to be a politician. But he don't have the balls, or he don't have the argumentary skills, I think is the most important one, to be a politician. Because if you think about what Richard Stallman wants in life, it's all political shit. Like, you don't change the political landscape with coding. You don't. Like, a license have never conquered inequalities or tax evasion problems, or immigration problems, or famine problems, or drought problems. Like, a license have never fixed anything politically. It can't. It's a license is not a political vessel, but Richard Stallman think it is. He say himself in a lot of talks he do, and I think he said it in some interviews also. He say himself that he is a political person. And his talks is about politics, not tech. He just uses tech so people will listen to him. But I think most of what he says is bullshit. Like, you do know that Richard Stallman, this is one thing Richard Stallman, I have videos where I showcase this. Security and stability is a secondary concern versus a license. So he says that it's more important to him that you're running a GPL license than running a piece of software that is secure and stable. Because in his eyes, it's better to have an open license than running a software that won't take your data, that won't steal your telemetry, that won't make you vulnerable, and that won't make your fucking programs crash every second you look at it. He'd rather have you running an insecure program that takes all your shit, that breaks all the time, but it's a FOSS-agreed software. That's his philosophy. Yeah, that is his philosophy. That is what he believes. Like, for him, it's all or nothing. All of the security aspect of FOSS and Linux, all of the stability talks about FOSS and Linux don't come from FOSS. Don't come from the GNU people. It comes from the Linux camp. Like the Linus Torvalds camp. It comes from the open source movement, which Richard Stallman hates Linus. He hates everything that he does. Richard Stallman hates the open source movement. Because they are more about working together, fixing problems, and giving people secure, stable software, even if that means compromising on licenses and freedom of openness and stuff like that. Richard Stallman don't like that. He'd rather have you run a software that is incompatible with anything on Earth and is the most unstable and open piece of shit that have ever been done if it's a GPL license versus a closed source one that would do the same job but is more secure, more stable and stuff like that. Richards have never liked Linus, he never liked the open source movement. He cares about getting his political view out. I hate the guy who gave him the platform to speak from. Yeah, he was talking about Linus. Or Linux mostly. So the BSD MIT, it depends on what BSD license you're talking about, but the BSD and MIT license is probably the best and most open and most free license you can use besides the non-license. Because it gives it gives people absolute power to do whatever the fuck they want with the code. You just have to credit the author, and depending on the BSD license, you can use the author as an endorsement for the product that you're making. Other than that, go nuts. So if you really want freedom and openness, because freedom means that you have the freedom to do what I may not like, Absolute freedom is that I prefer openness, but you can close it down if you want to. That's to your discretion. That is freedom. Saying that you can only do this, that's dictatorship, because you're dictating certain terms. The GPL is a dictating license. It's telling you have to do these things in the name of freedom and openness, but it's still dictating you. I think he tolerates them. I think they are they are what you call GPL compatible licenses. So that means that if you're using a BSD license or MIT license, you are GPL compatible. The second you take something that's BSD or MIT license and you make it into another license, you're not GPL compatible anymore. I will not call GPL a cancer. Yeah, that's why just they call it compatible with GPL, as long as they are following the BSD or MIT license. But the second they deviate from it, they become non-compatible. Well, Richard Stallman is a Marxist at heart, when you think about it. Like a lot of his beliefs and viewpoints that he has, like if let's imagine we're not talking technology, but we're talking society. It's Marxism 101, or close to it anyway. Well, he said like it in the GPL it states that the BSD license and the MIT license is GPL compatible. So that means that yes, the BSD and MIT license is allowed and agreed upon to be part of GPL software. But if people using BSD MIT license software and modify it into something else, then he has a problem. Yeah, he don't like the third one that much, yeah. But you can basically do that with almost all BSD. You can do that with all BSD licenses. The only difference mostly is how you credit the author and how you can't use the author as an endorsement of the software that you are making. That's where some of them deviates a little bit. So there is one BSD that's more or less just the MIT license, and there's one I think that says that it is as is. You have to credit the author, and then I think there is one that says you have to credit the author and you cannot use the author as an endorsement. Or you cannot use the author of the original software as an endorsement to the software that you are making. It's something in that nature. Yeah, you're probably right, George. They probably switched that, yeah. You only have to commit code if you modify the code. So, let's say you make a GPL, and I have a GPL software, and you have a module that do something. And if I take that module, implement that into my code, then I just have to say, part of my code is done by George. If I don't fuck around with your code, I don't fix anything or modify anything, I don't have to send anything back upstream. Because I've not modified anything, it's still your code. But if I do modify it, I have to do it. And that's also, if I remember correctly, it also depends on what you are doing. Like, I think if you're just like changing a variable name and stuff like that, you don't like you have to do some, tangible things for it to be happening. But yeah, if I just take your code and copy paste it into my code, I just have to credit you. Yeah, do what the fuck you want, license, yeah. But with the BSD MIT license, all I have to do is credit you. And I can fuck around with the code. Yeah, the original Debian developer, it's a funny story, or not funny. It's a alarming story about mental health and fame, and yeah, it's kind of sad. It's almost on the level of Temple OS. Why have I never heard about this company before? It's apparently a Danish company. Where are you located? Hello. Oh wait, there's quite a big fucking company. Yeah, I think that's his name. Yeah. This is a weird fucking company. I think this is a business-to-business only company. Let's do a T15. Where? Oh, that's a refurbished one. Holy crap, they have a lot of fucking laptops. Maybe they're not business to business. Well, they probably are, but like... Giga. Yeah, this is definitely not what I want. Here you go. Holy crap. Just looking at if there's any like where they say that this is for businesses only or something like that. Because it's a super like weird company when you look at it. They also have everyone fucking have a YouTube channel nowadays. Yeah. Well, I get more views than they do. Why is it that no Danish company is good at making YouTube video? Yeah, it seems like they are focusing a lot on like businesses. like business to business. They still may sell to like private people. So they're infrastructure specialists. Yeah, I think they are primarily like business to business. How they, oh, it's probably because they're speaking Danish, but how can you in 15 years only get 359 fucking subs? Wow. So they started, well, 9 years ago, but right after Corona. They need, so this is what businesses forget when they go on YouTube. How did they build the pyramids without ChatGPT? I have no fucking idea. So they think as YouTube like a traditional, like, you know, cable network. It's not. Most people don't go onto YouTube because they want to, you know, oh, I want to go into business with your business about infrastructure. That's not what they use YouTube for. They use like in LinkedIn and their website and stuff like that. People go to YouTube to basically mostly to be entertained, to be honest. So making like basically these are like small little commercials and stuff like that will fit really well in with like cable networking. Don't fit well on YouTube. What they should do is make like a day in a life or you know, make some funny fucking videos about their technologies and stuff like that, so the employees of other companies will see it, and then when they hear, like, if your head of IT is like, oh, we need new infrastructure, then, oh, I saw this YouTube video from this company that was super funny or stuff like that is also doing IT infrastructure, maybe we should talk to them. Because, well, maybe even the fucking head of IT will look at this, you know. Yeah, they hate bad apps. That's probably what I'm trying to say here, yeah. But if you want to build up a YouTube channel about your company, make it like fucking engaging or make it interesting. My company I work for has the same problem with their YouTube channel. It's boring as fuck. and it would fit well into like a Facebook ad or in front of a movie or something like that. But the target, like these target audience here, are other businesses. A CEO for Bob's Incorporated is not going to sit and watch YouTube all day. They have better shit to do. His employees will watch YouTube. What they could do is they could have like a membership only thing up here where they sell online education and training, but they still need consumable things. Yeah, they're just missing the mark. You know, like make like a series, like a little funny series of 4 episodes about how it is to be a customer support. Like have, you know, how they deal with, like have some obnoxious, fake, you know, crazy person calling in and how they defuse the, you know, in a funny way, how they defuse it and stuff like that. Or if they get a new item, unbox the fucking thing. They are selling infrastructure hardware. Unbox the shit. They're selling iPhones. They're selling laptops. Unbox the fucking thing. People love unboxing. Unbox it. Make it a fucking unboxing, and then hey, if you need this for your company as a person, go onto our website. Blah blah blah. Here you go. Do an unboxing, dude. Or make like a video about their products being used in a data center or something like that. This is something you would watch if you go to a seminar. But why are people not understanding YouTube? Like, look at my fucking channel. If I don't do reaction videos, I get no views. If I don't shit on Linux, I don't get... Like, people don't want to learn on YouTube. They primarily just want to be entertained. And then you use that to drive them to where you make money. Which I'm thinking about making guides and books or whatever the fuck your PDF is or something like that you can get as a membership. I just don't know how the fuck to do because I'm spelling like a fucking 5-year-old. Or maybe I should do like a... That's another thing I've been thinking about. Having like recording... like, I would not call them tutorials, but it's like a 1 or 2 or 3 hour education video. And then having them part as a membership group. So the people that want to learn, well, they have to pay a little bit, like I think like $2 or something stupid. Like nothing really important, but you know, because those people that really, really want to learn are willing to do that shit. Even Learn Linux TV is not a lot of, like, he's not doing a lot of educational content anymore. Like, a lot of, like, there's not a lot of hardcore, even the low-level guy I was showing, he is not doing much education. It's more like, oh, this, like, thing is in the new, it's basically a news channel with explanation. So this new vulnerability is in this thing. Let me explain why it's a vulnerability. So you do learn a little bit, but it's mostly like basically telling the news from a learning perspective. If that makes any fucking sense whatsoever. So it's not like just sitting and reading the news or educating. He's kind of combining it, like, oh, this is the Cloudflare exploit or problem with Windows, and here's why it's happening, and here's why you should not be concerned or should be concerned. You know, so you're drawing them in with the news and then you're teasing them something. Here you're just being boring. It's because most people, so it's the thing with it's like this with live streaming, it's with this with anything that's content related. Most people just want to be passive. So they have it running in the background while they're doing whatever they're doing. Yelling at the cat or playing a game or working or something like that. That's what I do with YouTube. Most of my YouTube watching is me watching YouTube while I'm doing something else. If I watch live stream, I do the exact same thing. I have it running on a side monitor instead of music while I'm doing some stuff. And then if something interesting catches my ear or eye, I will then engage for however long that is going on, and then back to whatever I need to do. There used to be, I think it's on Twitch, where it's like you can, I don't know how accurate this is, right? But there used to be this thing where you could expect about, on average, was it 15 to 20% of your viewers to be active. And that's having a good stream. Something of that nature. You should expect most of your viewers to be inactive. It also depends on how large your audience is. I think this was like out of an average of 100-ish views or something like that. In a few hundred viewers. So if you're looking at, let's take one of these videos here and see, like, this one has like 125 views. 0 comments. 2 likes. And it probably, I don't know the dislike, but I guess it only, I don't think it has any dislike, maybe one. But basically no engagement other than views. This is not uncommon, by the way. Let's take another one. Let's take this one here. 0 upvotes, 0 views, but again, close to 60 views. So 60 people, probably all from inside the company, but 55 people have watched it, but they didn't feel the need to engage with it. This is where, if you do things like that or that make people emotional, then they're more inclined to comment. They are more inclined to hit the dislike button or like button. That's why drama content, political content, let's call it aggravating content. Any content that invoke emotions in people are way more popular than none. A really good example here is that just don't do it on my channel because I don't want to deal with the bullshit. But if you have your own channel or someone's channel where some just random fucking dude that, that makes a bad video or that has a bad channel or spew, like the guy that says that water is a scam. Try and find someone in the comment section that has made more, like let's say 2 or 3 comments there, either as a reply or just 3 or 4 comments on their own, and disagree with him or her. They will be back at you. And then you disagree again. They will be back at you. Then you disagree again. They will come back at you. And slowly see the view count go up and up and up and up and up. And then YouTube, if you do it long enough, YouTube will be like, oh, there's a lot of recurrent traffic on this video. That means that it may be popular, or at least there's a lot of engagement with it, so we should probably recommend it more. So now you're boosting that person's view count by arguing with someone in the comment section. And it has, depending on what subject it is and how many people are doing that, it can have an amazingly scary good effect or have a decent effect. I used to do this quite a lot. If my videos didn't get enough views in my eyes, I would start arguing with people in the comment section. And over like a few days, I will get like 25 to 30% more views just by doing that. Just by doing that. And the thing here is that comments don't make me money. Like if you think about it as a business, likes don't make me money. Views make me money. So let's say I get 20 or 30% more views, and let's say 10% out of 30 are using ad blockers, I still got 20% more advertisement on that video. So if you do provoking content, it will drive your numbers up. It's not sustainable unless you adapt to what is the next most provocative thing. That's what you see commentary YouTubers do, Every time there's a big scandal, they talk about that until the next big scandal and they go on to the next one. That's how they stay relevant. On news channels, their content is only relevant for like a week or so, because then the news cycle goes in. So they have to make content all the time to keep that emotional state going in people, because nobody wants to talk or watch, oh my god, this bridge went under yesterday. Oh my god, this bridge went under last year. Nobody wants to fucking watch that. We already know that. It's old news, So they try to find something that will keep people in that emotional state. And the more emotions you can invoke, the better. Like, why do you think a lot of Linux YouTubers use words like them versus us? We are doing the right thing. We are on the right side. They are bad. They are doing bad thing. They are anti this, anti that. That is to invoke a sense of emotion in you. Or we are discussing lurkers and how content basically works on YouTube, and how you can fake increase your chances in the algorithm by arguing or engaging with people in the comment section, so they come back and respond to you. I used to make videos for months with no comments whatsoever. It don't have to be provoking content, it just have to be emotional charging content. It could also be a wholesome moment of someone, you know, asking a girl to marry her or something like him or something like that. But that's also only that will probably be relevant for a long time. Clickbait is or rage bait is also a good thing to do. Yeah. Clickbait is probably the biggest thing. Like make your thumbnail and or your title so like you have to fucking click on it. And that again, you have to play the game. You just can't without playing the game. You cannot be a Linux YouTuber and be a Windows lover at the same time. You just can't. You can't be a Linux YouTuber and be neutral towards Windows and Mac OS. You have to take a massive stance on Linux side. You can be tolerable towards Windows and Mac OS and be understanding of users using it, but you cannot endorse it. Because the kind of people that seek out Linux content would not approve of that. Or most of the people that seek out Linux content would not approve of that. That's exactly why people are more radical on the internet, because it's easier to be that on the internet. Because people, again, think they can, or they are hidden on the internet. They don't know that even you're using a fake email address, a fake name. If YouTube really wants to figure out who you are, they will figure out who you are. All it takes is money and time. And they have both. It's just a matter of, do they want to spend it on you? And most of the time, no, it's just easy to just ban you. But if you're doing something that is like to the degree where we're talking legal ramifications, they will spend that time and money to figure out who you are. Especially if it's like absurdly amount of fucking legal representations. But again, people just they think they can swing that big dick around on the internet and do whatever the fuck they want. They can't. YouTube is spending more money than you can dream of, or Google, on in quote fixing the mobile app. Oh, they have like Google have teams that is directly working with governments. That's their only job title or their only job description in those teams is working with governments. That's what they do. They are there to either plug or help governments do what they want or need to do. I can't remember the name of it, but they have like a department that mostly, of course, is with the American government because that's where they are physically, but it's just government work in general. Facebook has the same, Twitter or X has the same, almost any fucking online media platform has that to some degree or another. It's almost needed to function on the internet, so to speak. Like, why do... Here's another thing. This like... a really good example about how society has just gotten to some degree downhill. Depending on how old you are. At some point, the news was actually about the news. There's this car chase... This cat is stuck in the tree. There's a local beauty pageant, you know. This firefighter took the cat down the tree. There was an interstate accident. Boring fucking shit. It's not been like that for probably 2 decades now, something like that. If you think about what you watched what you see the news on TV or cable TV, it's a reality show. It's just catered to one side or the other of the aisle, but it's a reality show. There's not much news in there. It's basically watching the Kardashians in a grown-up format, more or less. Shit posting about the other side, or the other people, or the other news station. Or using things that are in the news that make them look bad against them, or using things in the news to push their agenda. Back in the day, the news station had no agenda, they had nothing political to push. They were just there to basically say what the fuck happened today. That's all they did. What happened today? Like, if you're an American, it's getting a little bit weird in over here in the EU, but if you're an American and you watch, let's say, Danish, Swedish, German, again, a little bit iffy, but Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish, maybe even Polish. I don't know much about their news situation. But if you watch, let's say, Scandinavian news, you will be surprised how boring it is. Like, you would be like, what the fuck? Like, am I just, like, they are basically there instead of you reading the newspaper. It's getting a little bit dicey the last few years, but if an American or an Australian came, because Australia's getting nuts with their news cycles also, if they came to Scandinavia and watched Scandinavian news, they would be like, why are they just reading the newspaper? It's the newspaper with moving pictures, more or less. And then the weather comes, they would throw a joke in here and there. But that's how the news used to be. It used to be a place where you got information on what happened of importance of the day. Not like who shit posted on X or who made a damning post on Facebook. No, like it was like, if you're in this area, you can't, there's a 30-minute delay to work. That was what people read the news about. 5-hour-long news report of King John visiting the biscuit factory. yeah, probably, yeah. But like, I hope I make myself clear here. But why is it that the news stations, especially in the States, became, like I said, more or less just like a reality show? Well, they went from, let's just say, a hypothetical number here, 5 viewers to 10,000 viewers. That was probably, they exploded when they started doing that. They first start doing that when they start to showcasing live high pursuits, car chases and stuff like that. I think that's where, at that time when they start doing that, that's where they exploded in viewer. So if you are a business, and news stations are a business, are you going to make content for 5 people or 10,000 people? A lot of people is like, Kent, why don't you make educational Linux content? Do I want to make content for 5 people or 1,000 people? What is the best use of my time? Making Linux educational videos nobody wants to see, or making a reaction video that 1,000 people want to see? If you look at a time efficiency, time spent, and outcome results kind of way, if you were my advisor, YouTube advisor, you would find all the videos I've made that has a high view count and say do more of that. And all of those videos are about things you all say you don't want to watch. If I made this video, if I made this thumbnail into, let's just talk for, I don't know how many hours I've been online. And in the title was like, I was bored today and I want to do my first live stream of 2025. Do you think half of the people in here would have showed up during the day? No, they would not. No, they would not. I've had a lot of people come and go. That's how it goes with live stream. A lot of people come and go. And if I just made a really, really just super representative thumbnail and title, half of those people not even click on the live stream. So again, do you make stuff that 5 people want to be engaged with and watch, or do you make stuff 1,000 people want to be engaged and watch? It's kind of no-brainer. You know. That's also true. They do the thumbnail and the the title. Yeah. So if I was really smart, I should exclusively make reaction videos to Chris Titus Tech, DistroTube, Luke Smith, and all the big Linux experiments and people like that. Because if I do that, I get so much more views and subscribers than if I don't. Like, it's not even funny. I get, like, on average, like 60 subscribers a month. When I did Chris Titus Tech and DistroTube content, it was like 300 subscribers a month. Like, between 100 to 200. I would say on average, let's say average 200 subscribers a month. When I was heavily reacting to Chris Titus Tech, DistroTube, all the big Linux YouTubers. Well, because their community's batshit crazy, I just didn't want to deal with them anymore. They were just like, imagine having the most crazy girlfriend turning against you. They were just bad. It was like, there were instances where I could show them. I showed them in my video how one of the whatever YouTube was blatantly telling a lie. Blatantly telling a lie. A simple lie as like, what the fuck was it? It was like the Ubuntu Windows Manager has not been developed for 10 years or something like that. It's dead. And then I go on to YouTube. I think it's called Mia now. MER, and they talk about it just got updated a day ago, and their audience will go after me like I was faking it, it was bullshit, and Miss Smoke, and why am I nitpicking, and it just become a fucking nightmare. So yeah, again, I could go in and ban a shit ton of people for being obnoxious idiot, or I could just make other content. Because to me, I don't give a fuck about the money that I don't make on here. It's so insignificant that I don't even want to think about it. So, when I make so little money and I do this just because I like doing it or it's fun for me to do, then I want to do content that I like to do and that's fun for me to do. Because it's not a job. But if it was a job, yeah, of course I would do more of that. Yeah, I would do more DistroTube and stuff like that. But luckily enough, this is not my job, so I can do whatever I want. I'm not depending on YouTube. Like, again, this live stream is not sponsored. Or not sponsored, sorry, monetized. You do have to become a member to see the recording of it. Why did I do that? Because of all the fucking crazy people. All the crazy people will come in and do crazy shit. And they will only watch the first 2 minutes of the live stream and then misrepresent me and all that fucking crazy shit. So I put a $1, I think it is, or whatever. It's about $1, $2. The minimum amount you can set in. I watched Network Canucks quite a bit, or have watched it quite a bit. So I put it at the lowest thing. I think it's the lowest you can put on YouTube members. At least it was at that point. And that overnight, those idiots went away. So if you want to rewatch my live stream, you have to be a member. And it's the only thing the membership does. I used to do membership videos, but nobody watched them. And people mostly that sub to my membership is either just to support or to have like I have a God knows how many live streams I have. You could probably watch almost a fucking month or more non-stop with the hours of content I have live streaming over the years. So that's an easy way of herding out the idiots, basically. But if I was looking at it as a business, first of all, the membership should be higher, and I would do more membership tier, give, you know, like... Oh, how can I explain hardware Canucks? He's the Linus Tech Tip of networking IT channels. So I don't dislike what he's doing. It's just too commercial. He's trying to please everyone. He's a little bit inauthentic because he's like, it feels like he's a presenter presenting a TV show. He like, you don't hear him like say, oh shit or fuck once in a while. That, you know, that makes him more human-esque. It's just like that's why I like Jay's 2 cents, for example, because even though they censor it, he will fuck up, he will say fuck it, or you know, I love channels where you see that their real personality comes through once in a while. Linus Tech Tip, everyone there is like, they might as well just be on cable television. It's too scripted, it's too fake. Can you learn from it? Of course you can, but it's just like, when you watch a Linus Tech Tip video, you know what you are getting. There's no deviation, there's no randomness coming up, and that's the same I have with the hardware Canucks. It's just like, you watched one of his videos, you watched all of his videos. At least like the more modern ones. Again, can you learn from it? Yes. But I'd rather watch someone that is more, let's again say, real, in quotes. But I want to watch someone where who they are comes out. Like, who they are is not pampered for people to like. Because Linus Tech Tip, and that's of course why he's so popular, but he is 100% for sure a different person in private than he is on screen. Jay's 2 cents, not that far from it. If you watch a live stream with Jay's 2 cents where he sits for hours and hours, and you can't play the, you know, you can't put the face on for that long, he's the same person as he is online. Does he censor himself a little bit? We all do. Of course he does. But he's more himself offline or in live stream, in interviews, as he is in his videos than Linus Tech Tip is. If you see interviews with Linus Tech Tip, he's not as hyper, he's more low-key, he's a little bit more not like a teenager, but again, that's why he's fucking popular. You have to remember one thing. You cannot make too complicated content if you want to target the largest group of people. They have to be able to understand it or find it funny or find it engaging. So you have to make content for the average person. DJ Ware cannot do that. DJ Ware would never be the size of Linus Tech Tip, because the average person are getting lost within the first 5 minutes of his videos. They are running around bleeding out of their ears and eyes because they don't know what the fuck he's talking about. A kid can follow along in a Linus Tech Tip video. A kid can follow along in a Network Canucks video. And that's why they are as big as they are. A kid can follow along to some degree in a Jay's 2 cents video. Gamers Nexus is one of the outliers. But it's still technical, but not too technical. It's a fine line there. But he's also living large on, like it or not, Linus Tech Tip's audience and Jay's 2 cents audience. Because people will go to Linus Tech Tip first or Jay's 2 cents, to get like a generalized idea, and then okay, I want to know more about this new graphic card. I'm thinking about buying it, but I want to know if there any downfall, is there any potential, hardware issues, driver issues. Then they go to Gamers Nexus. And that's why that whole dichotomy or that whole ecosystem works, because there can be more JS2 Sense, Linus Tech Tips, hardware Canoxes. There can't be that many Gamers Nexuses. Hardware Unbox is also in there with the JS2 Sense, the Linus Tech Tips and stuff like that. Like if you take all the popular Paul's hardware, Bitwin, if you take all of these like big like million plus subscriber hardware guys, there's only really Digital Foundry and Gamers Nexus where they go really fucking deep. Out of all of the others. Because most people cannot keep up. And most people just want stupid content. But they don't want content that makes them feel stupid. They want content that is smart enough that they maybe not have a hard time keeping up, but they have to be a little bit engaged or listen a little bit. So I learned something today. Why do you think like top 5 and top 10s are so fucking popular? I did them once in a while back in the day, just for fun to get some viewers in. Because you can teach people some interesting things in a digestible format that's fast and entertaining, and they, in quotes, learn a little bit, but they don't have to sit there with pen and paper and fucking make an essay and actually go and practice something. They just, that was the most fucking played song in 1995, or that was the most computer used or graphic card in let's say 2015. And then they can go to the water cooler and talk to Amy and say, hey, did you know that the GTX, whatever the fuck it was, or AMD was outperforming everyone in 2015? That's the extent that people want to learn and stuff like that outside of professionals. But where do IT and software and hardware professionals go to learn? They don't go on YouTube. They go on seminars, they go on sites that's specifically done for it. They go on Stack Overflow, they Google, they use AI, they use sites that are specifically made. I think I already said that, but like site where you have to pay to learn, or they go on to Microsoft Learn or Oracle documentation and stuff like that. Most of the people that learn from YouTube are people that learn it as a hobby. It's hobby IT people, it's hobby coders. It may to some degree be people that want to get into the industry, learning on YouTube while they're doing another job. So again, really not professionals. I love DJ Ware also, but he's not a channel I would want and sit and watch 24 hours a day. He's a guy I want to watch if I want something to, like, I need to learn about that, or I need to know about that. He's not a channel I put on if I'm making a coding project. He's not the guy I put on if I want to edit a video. I will do some fucking cook tasting, 50 different fucking canned tomatoes or something like that. Or top 5 cars of the 2000s, or a channel making fun of DSP, or something not mindless, but something that you don't have to pay too much attention to. And that's, at that point, I am the majority of viewer on YouTube. And again, I'm the perfect example of it. Like, why do you think I don't have that many subscribers? I've been doing this channel since... I think I started uploading, like, consistently around Corona time. So 5 years. I get about 1,000 subscribers a year then. Why don't I have more? Well, first of all, Linux is a super niche. Not being a massive Linux fan or Linux ass-ligger goes against it. You know, that makes it even harder. What is the other thing I was thinking about? Being critical about Linux makes it even harder. Not being a Windows fanboy makes it harder. Not being a truly Mac fanboy makes it. So I'm basically not in one of the camps. And if I make let's say I make an educational video about Linux, I can make an educational video about Windows, because then the Linux people will be angry about the Windows. And if I make an educational Windows about Windows, some Windows users will be mad about. I'm then making a Linux educational video. And the same with Mac and the other way around. Windows fanboys are rare, but they're still out there. But mostly all of this bullshit comes from Linux users. So unless you are like a hardcore Linux fan, or you make yourself out to be a hardcore Linux fan, and let's be honest, DJ Ware present himself as a Linux fan. He don't shit talk Windows much or Linux much, but he do to some degree criticize Windows or Mac OS, or at least not favor them that much. But he comes across as a Linux, let's call it super advocate, maybe not fanboy, but super advocate. So he's more palatable for a lot of Linux fanboys. And if you go over to the DistroTube area, the Chris Titus Tech, they are playing directly into that Linux fanboyism. The same with the Mental Outlaw, the Learn Linux TV, the Linux Experiment. They are playing directly into that fandom. And I've done a lot of tests about that, so if I make videos for a week or a month where I play into that fandom, my subscribers goes up. Or if I go hardcore into the anti-Linux side of things, my subscribers goes up. If I make a tutorial video, if I make an educational video, it's just, you know, it's not bad, but I get 2 or 3 or 4 times the view doing the other two things. Either go into the fandom or criticizing the fandom. Punk Rick MBA. Well, that's a way of doing it. Yeah, there's a lot of old school Windows fanboys, yeah. Because like I had like because I have had a video explaining that I would never talk about Linux again. I've also had videos saying that I would never make a reaction video again. I had a few of those. Here I am making reaction videos and talking about Linux and being critical about Linux, because my channel, the way that it happened to go out and be built, and the fun thing is, reaction videos is it's not even close to being what I've uploaded the most of. Being critical about Linux is not even close to be the majority of content I've done. My majority content is like distribution reviews, educational videos, and then live streaming like this. This is like my majority content, like live streaming, educational videos, tutorials, distribution reviews, and stuff like that. And then I think opinions about Linux is the second, and reaction videos is actually the least, like what I've done the least of. But the reaction videos are the ones that have given me the most subscribers and giving me the most views. So that just happens to be what this channel is attracting, I guess. Is counter or anti-Linux or critical Linux content mixed with reaction videos. So that's for some reason, well, it's probably because I did reaction videos, it attract those kind of people. And my reaction videos was because I was frustrated about Linux people. So, of course, reacting to Linux people and being critical about Linux will attack those. So this is because if you then try to change the direction of the channel, well, you're upsetting your core audience. My core audience now is people that like me to bitch and moan about Linux and make reaction videos about tech. Mostly about something somewhat Linux adjacent. Or about people that are Linux adjacent. So I can't do a JerryRigEverything video anymore. I have too many subscribers to do that. It's too late. I probably could, but it would take like a few years to reset the core subscribers. So that means for a few years I would get almost no views, not get recommended that much. I probably have to delete a lot of my old videos that are against the new direction I want to take. It would just be easy and faster to just make a separate channel, basically. If I wanted to do more educational content, for example. You can't mix up YouTube, because YouTube kind of they want your channel to be that's why I call it's a little bit misunderstanding calling them a channel. But YouTube kind of want your channel to be a one-trick pony. You can't be a gaming channel and a podcasting channel. You can't be a gaming channel and a tech channel. If you're a gaming channel, and then you have to figure out what kind of gaming channel you are. Are you a shooter? Are you MMO? Are you a long short form? Are you someone that archives your Twitch stream? Whatever the fuck you are. Yeah, but not for long, lamer. But you can't be, YouTube look at channels as TV shows. So you banned him. Did he go nuts? They want you to do one or two, maybe three things. You can't be like a generalized channel that do a lot of... Most of those, there's like random Frank FP or what the fuck. There's some channels that can do a lot of crazy shit. But they also been around for decades. But most channels nowadays, and if you start a channel nowadays, you have to do a few things. Like one or two or three things, and that's it. That's it. And then if you want to do... Let's say I want to do podcasting, for example. I could use... this channel, if I had a lot of subscribers, I would be using this channel for the first, let's say, month or 2 months of promoting the podcast, and then I will move it to a separate channel. Because a lot of the people watching this channel, they want reaction and they want, critical Linux content. They don't want a podcast, unless it's about that. But they don't want just let's say like a Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan kind of podcast where you just talk with random people. They don't want that. That's not the audience for this channel here. Let's say I want to go more into C# development because I'm learning that at the moment. This is not for this channel. It's a Windows technology. Even me being critical about Linux, there are still Linux people that like seeing it because I'm not super critical about Linux. I'm basically not saying Linux is the worst thing ever and stuff like that. Not when I'm not being sarcastic, of course. So I can't sit and do a massive amount of Windows content. It has to move over to another channel. I can do a little bit, but nobody watches. I tried doing Windows content. Nobody watches on this channel. If I do like a distribution kind of thing or free FOSS software, more people watch it than that. But what people want to watch the most is my opinion on me bitching and moaning about how stupid the Linux community is and stuff like that. And probably reaction videos is probably the biggest thing. So I could go full-blown, which I'm thinking about doing, going full-blown Aspen Gold. And just do purely reaction on this channel. Just tech-related reaction. So Linux, Windows, Mac, and then and another thing that will help a lot, if you react to high-profile people, more people are going to see you. So do more reaction to Ordinary Gamer, maybe, some of the bigger Linux channels again, and stuff like that, because they would draw more people in, etc, etc, etc. I do like Asmongold's reactions, yeah. But that's where I think this channel is going, because that's what my analytics is telling me my channel is going. reaction videos, no matter what kind of field you're in, political, non-political, music, reaction videos is taking over fucking YouTube. I don't like it. I don't. I would rather do anything else than doing reaction videos, to be honest. But again, I do like making videos, and I do like this whole process. So I can make something 5 people want to watch, or 1,000 people want to watch. Well, my living space is almost as bad as my goals. Maybe 10% there. But I'm a messy boy. I do, you know. I do mess up. I don't have like rotten food and stuff like that, but I will have like clothes and cardboard boxes all over the place and stuff like that. What I would love to make is educational videos. I love making tutorials. I love making videos where I am learning something and taking or recording that learning experience. But that's not what the audience of this channel wants to watch. Yeah, I do know he cleans his house. I watch him almost daily. Like, I do follow. Like, I don't agree with a lot of things he says. Like, there's a lot of things I don't agree with. And sometimes I can't fucking watch him. Like, he frustrates the living shit out of me sometimes. When he's talking, especially when he's talking about stuff going on in the EU. When he's talking about anything not American related. Like, he just becomes a typical misinformed American idiot, basically. And I can't stand that. I'm like, he's not even trying to understand. So anything that's not pro-American or happening in his neighborhood, he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Like, it's blatantly obvious. But if it's anything gaming related or American related, I kind of listen to him. Yeah, it probably has its own unique ecosystem, yeah. So yeah, like right now, I'm kind of like, that's also why I stopped. Like, I used to upload like, was it like 4 days a week? And I stopped. Now I'm only uploading 1 day a week because, well, people want reaction videos, and they're just not that fun to make. You know. Yeah. Charlie, I think his name. I don't like it. Like, he's one of those people again that seem inauthentic. He's also he's a little bit full of himself. I don't like people that are too full of themselves, and he is a little bit full of himself. I do like watching him though, but I don't like him more than Asmongold. Well, watch my latest video and you will know what I think about him. Because I actually talk about what I think about him in that video. Probably, if you want like the conclusion, watch the last part of the video after the reaction is over. So I think the last 10 minutes or something like that. I would tell you exactly what I think about him. And I say it over and over again, but you will get an idea if you watch the video. He's become a political commentator, and he's trying to force political content into his reaction video or into his videos. And he's a lot of blowing a mouse up to an elephant and living in the what if world and the maybe world and getting upset about things that is not even happening. They could happen, but they are not happening. That's why I did the world is burning. No, it's not. But it could be burning, so it is burning. That's kind of how he's been the last few years. It's like, again, I go more into detail in the video. So right now I'm debating on, should I just go full-blown Asmongold and just become a reaction channel? And I do have like 5 other channels I don't do anything with. And then if I want to do educational content, I can do that on the other channel. I also uploaded, I uploaded 1 video to my gaming channel that I haven't released yet. Because I kind of want to get back into gaming. It's just more relaxing but here's the thing. I do like editing gaming videos. I don't like recording them because I get bored easily of games. Even games I like. I rarely play more than maybe 30 minutes at the time. So it's just because there's so much other things I rather want to do than game. If I'm just gaming without doing other things like listening or watching a video or learning something on the side or from a video. So gaming becomes super boring for me in the long run. Like an hour's maximum I can take in a setting. Then I have to stop doing something else. And but I do like gaming. So either I go one gaming video a week or maybe two, and one reaction video a week. And then my plan or my thought pattern was that if there was something I bring up in that reaction video, like, okay, he's wrong here, I have this little like 10-minute video on this channel that explain why he's wrong. So make like an educational video about why, if someone is doing something in the video that is wrong or teaching it wrong, explaining it wrong, I will then have like a little educational video on another channel that will show the right way or other ways, or you get like a support, basically make support videos for the reaction video. So I upload the reaction video, and then there could be like a Monday, and then the support video could be like Thursday or something like that, or Wednesday. The educational part of the reaction video is on another channel. But I don't know about that. But I do know I want to do more gaming, so I record, like I'm doing Subnautica right now. So I recorded my first hour, edit that down to take all the boring bits and pieces out. And then over the weekend, I want to edit or record another hour. And then I want to record another reaction video. I do have a lot of non-reaction videos I need to edit, but I don't want to record many more non-reaction videos. I will once in a while record opinionated videos, but not too many. AVTN? Who the fuck is that? Yeah, it just like... Because another thing is I could just abandon this channel and then just focus on educational content. Oh, Angry Video Game Nerd. Yeah. He's been around for fucking ever, man. These are useless. You can't tie my internet activity to my Discord ID, but you can with a Google ID. Oh, how stupid are people? This is why I hate Linux people. Or people in general on the fucking internet. They say you can't do something and someone is not doing something. I take the fucking word for word out of the fucking TOS and FAQ from Discord, telling them exactly what they are doing, and oh, that's not true. This is a round ball. It's red. I don't care what you're saying. This is facts. You can tie my internet activities to my Discord ID. Yes, you can tie your Discord activities to your Discord ID and other things you're doing online that is tied to Discord. So if you put your X account, your Twitter account, it is the same shit. I'm getting tired. Your whatever fucking other account you tie in to Discord is now associated with your fucking ID. They also track what other apps you are using on your devices with fucking Discord. So headphones, microphones, streaming software, if it's tied in, games that you're playing, and then using that ID to tie that in with your fucking Discord ID. So yeah, they may not track you directly, but they can then find out indirectly. And they are selling this to Google, or informing this to Google and third party. It's a... Also, I don't think he's banned because I can still see him. I'm just doing a headbot. Where's the headbot? Let's do a female headbot. Oh no, not that one. This one. And this one here. Wait, why can't I see mod view? Are they banned? Fucking stupid idiots. Unable to load profile. Yeah, they probably. Yeah, yeah. I think Discord is just having a hissy fit. Connecting with the Yeah. I've seen a lot of those kind of videos. There's a guy, Christian Lambert. He deploys. I don't know if he does it anymore, but he used to deploy Ubuntu VMs on servers. And I think he told me one day, like within 10 minutes, people were trying to hack into that Ubuntu server and sending malware to it and stuff like that. Within 10 minutes of being online. It could even be less than that. I just remember, like in a live stream, I think it was, he told me that Linux is getting targeted so much on the server. It's not even funny. Again, that don't mean that they're being targeted on the desktop, but you know. Yeah, I think he Angry Video Game Nerd did something on a forum back in the day, yeah. But I'm a little bit excited about doing more gaming content on my other gaming channel. Because I do miss doing gaming content. Even though I get bored of recording, it also depends on the game and, of course, my mood and stuff like that. But it is just more relaxing, you know. Because doing a reaction video, you have to pay attention. You also have to, like, can I make a joke? And can I say that joke? Or, you know, you have to think about, you know, like, what they are saying and digest it and then try to remember or look something up that I think he's meaning this, or let me look this up because I think this is not what they mean, but this, you know, try and look things up while doing it. So, like a 30-minute reaction video probably takes an hour or more to record. Like, it's not uncommon that it takes the double amount to record it. That's just the recording. Then it will take, depending on how much editing I have to do, it will take about the double to 2 times the amount to edit it. Just the simple edits that I do. Like, I'm not doing more. I don't like editing so much anymore. And also, I noticed that editing is not that important. It is kind of important, but it's not super important, because if I put hyper fucking effort in and I put, you know, sound bits here and there and GIFs and all that fucking shit, it only marginally improved my view, like the views I get on the videos. I did that over a few months span back in, like, last year, I think it was, where I hyper fucking focused on doing as good as an editing job with a lot of, like, you know, sound bits and visual bits to keep people tuned in. I gained maybe 5-10% more views. But I spent like 4 more times editing it. So again, it's like the effort versus reward kind of thing. It's for sure also have something to do with my lacking of editing skill. If I got better at editing, that will of course help a lot. But I almost sure it will not be like I'm going from, let's say, 10 views to 10,000 views just because of the editing. It's the content, my accent, and stuff like that plays in more. I do notice that reaction is like, it's so easy content to make though. Like, when I mean easy, like for the effort and reward, I've not seen anything on my channel doing that good. Sometimes my opinionated videos will do good also. And I still want to do them, but I think I want to focus more on reaction videos. I may even do 2 videos on this channel and one on my gaming channel. So 1 reaction, 1 opinion video a week, and then 1 gaming video. It's just a shit ton of videos. There's like 3 videos to edit in a week, and it's just, ugh. That would be like, probably be like 4 or 5 hour editing day then. Ugh. Because my opinion videos are super easy to record, and they are super easy to edit. Because they're probably the fastest to edit, because I just have to take out the part where I'm thinking, the part where I'm coughing, the part where I'm like, you know, scratching my balls. You know, other than that, maybe take part out if I'm repeating myself too much, but most of it is basically just, you know, swimming it down, taking out the boring bits, and that's it. Because that's kind of what they are. They are just, you know, like a talking head videos. Yeah, I should probably make a more updated version about that one. They could be my, like, you know, yearly video. You know, like, Lunduke did the whole, like, this, Linux sucks 2000 and whatever. I could do like this. It could be my stop lying about Linux 2025. And do one next year. Even though I don't think a lot of it will change, but there will still be new things that people, you know, like, what are the new claims coming up and stuff like that. Funny enough, most of my most viewed videos are the ones that I put the least amount of effort into. They're videos that I just come up with an idea, I record them, and I super fast edit them, and I upload them. It's so bad now that I almost, even before my video's uploaded, I can tell if it's going to be a medium, low, or high viewed video. Yeah, some calls. What did he do when you banned him? Working IT. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I need to set up a work phone tomorrow. And I was like, oh, then we have to set up biometrics. And I know, can we not do that? No. It's a work phone. I don't want, you know, people just being able to go in and unlock it without any fucking code or anything. What is so irritating, I'm like, I'm not asking, I'm telling you, we are setting up biometrics. Like, the security where I work, like, oh, Jesus Christ, man. Like, they really don't give a fuck about it. Like, it's like... Okay, so that one, okay. Yeah, I was just like, oh my, do you guys not know, like, how, like... It's just a phone, yeah, but all the people calling you, like, there's other people's personal information on that phone, their phone number. And I think now I'm thinking about, according to the TP, whatever the fuck it's called, I actually think we need to protect that. Well, I'm leaving now because it's 11 o'clock and I need to work tomorrow. I need to set up that phone I was talking about, and I need to put biometrics, at least a code on it. That would really angry the people because they don't want that. But yeah, anyway. That would be it, I guess. Is this the right one? I think this is right. Yeah, you are, baby. Oh, so you're an hour ahead of me? Yeah, I kind of want to try and do a 20-hour stream. I kind of want to try and do that. I did it once. I did it once. And I lasted, but again, I was a moderator. So it was a 24-hour gaming stream. And I was not playing. But I was there they were playing Call of Duty and other shooters. And I was basically there as oh yeah, go nuts with Vivaldi. I was basically there to basically relay things in chat to them, so they didn't have to read chat, so I just spoke them to them that, oh, so-and-so wanted to know this and this, you know. If there was some important stuff that happened while they were playing the games. And I think I lasted like 20 hours or something like that. I did have breaks to eat, or when I say breaks, I will be like muting the microphone and doing some things, taking a shit, and, you know, eating and making food and stuff like that. But I was still hearing and being there and you know. But I never done like a 24-hour live stream where I was like the one doing the talking and the yapping and the... Well, this live stream is almost 6 hours long. We could... What is the longest stream I have? Is that 14 hours? No, 10 hours? I think it's a 10-hour stream. Lamer, you probably know this. Figure out, if you know easily, what my longest stream is. And we can schedule one as long. And if it's under 10 hours, then do like a 12-14 hour stream one day. We do it like in a weekend or something like that. And then I can get food or make food I can eat on... I'm not eat it on a webcam, but... you know. Yeah, just put it in Discord somewhere. Because I'm leaving now. I need to go to bed. It's like 11 o'clock. But yeah, see you later. Have fun. Do the fun things. Let the weekend start super fucking soon, man. See you later. Bye-bye.